Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to the Brighter Shores live stream. So today might be a little bit of a shorter stream because honestly, between getting sick a couple days ago and the 1 hour loss from the daylight savings time, gosh, my sleep schedule just do not feel rested right now. However, main goal for today, consolidate some of this bank. I'll be doing this, regardless if we're streaming or not streaming it, we'll be doing this pretty much all day. Consolidating a good majority of this bank. There are a few things I'll be keeping here that we won't be processing or even selling, like these 6%. We can just sell back to the shop. It's not worth saving for trading. A few other things like that I might save, like these things. These are used for the healing potions, and now that they got reskilled, honestly, these things might not be too bad to go make. At least the higher level one. The lower level one will probably just wait for trading. Same as these things. Like, they're not worth getting rid of, but they're the 6% for Hopeport. So there are some people, or even our old accounts, that could end up using it, so I'm not sure. But for now, we're just going to be processing more of the stuff that's actually like useful to go process right now. Things basically from the top down. These are the second best potion we can make right now. Right over here is the best potion we can be making right now, and here's the next potion we can be making right now. So they're all kind of consolidated right next to each other, which is pretty convenient, as the next 3 potions we need to make, the 2 current ones and the upcoming one, are all the way at the top. And it only starts to get annoying a little bit beyond that, or if we want to make some of the past potions, like the healing potions we have about 1,000 of. For the second best healing potion, we have 826 of the 8% potions. If we go and get the other thing from 209 Forager, we also have 1,321 10% potions, which, you know, if we ever run out, we might be able to go get. I just end up selling out these because they're not really needed. And then we have some things for the future, like 10% for the Mines of Matubin and stuff like that down the line. But anyways, I just want to consolidate some of the upper resources. Start like chipping through some of them. We're definitely not going to get through all of them today, or on this stream. But want to start denting into them because, yeah, there's a lot there. Hello, Embert. Hello, Mark. Welcome, welcome. Good morning. Hope all you guys been doing well. Yeah, we'll be doing a mix of both the methods. For the first hour, we'll probably be doing this more active method. Then we probably have around like 2 hours to the other one. And that's probably going to be the main bulk of what we try running today. A lot of the ones where we have to make like 1,000 of the few other ones, I'm not sure if I'm going to bother getting around to right now. Or if I do, I'm just going to like slowly AFK them over time. And by that, I mean like the second best healing potion that we have in there, as well as the 8% for these two right here. The 40% heal, which is actually not that bad. It's the best healing that you can make per hour as far as total amount of healing made. It's not the strongest healing potion, but it's the highest amount of healing per hour that you can make of any potion currently in the game. So honestly, it's not that bad. Biggest issue with it is it's the lowest XP rate of anything that is still somewhat viable for us to do. Pretty much anything below this is not worth doing. Honestly, anything below this is probably already not worth doing. But I will still be doing the 8% and I will still be doing the 40% heals. But that's like the lowest of the low. Like anything below that, we definitely will not make ever again with how the current XP curve works once you get later into the game. You can pretty much only make like the most recent 3 potions, 4. You can sometimes go a little bit further back, but anything much beyond that, the XP rate is going to be way too abysmal. Unless you already have it pre-banked. If you have it pre-banked, it's a little bit of a different story, but, you know, once trading comes out, you can pretty much have anything pre-banked. You can just go and, you know, buy it from other players, so... And it'll be interesting to see how it pans out once trading does end up, getting introduced to the game. But anyways, hope all you guys been doing well. Hope all you guys been having a wonderful, wonderful weekend. Oh yeah, the poll for today is, did you end up changing the clock for daylight savings time? I'm not sure everyone who does practice it as far as like time zones and everywhere else, but yeah, we got forward an hour, so this might actually be a little bit of a different stream time if you didn't end up shifting by an hour, as this is probably around an hour earlier than normal, I think, right? Because we're still starting at noon, but we're starting at noon an hour earlier, technically. Because we're forward an hour, so if someone didn't move, we're technically starting 1 hour earlier, I believe. If I'm doing math correctly in the right direction. Otherwise, this should be normal-ish time. But yeah, whatever this time was is about when we'll be starting most days. When we now do the noon stream, so for some time zones, it might be an hour earlier than normal. Yeah, today's definitely going to be a little bit shorter. I'm not sure why. I feel like this happens every single year that the hour shifts. But is anyone, like, super tired today? I'm not sure if it was just because I was sick a few days ago or what. But gosh, I am so out of it. Honestly, I'm ready to crash in, like, an hour. I'm not sure how long this stream's going to go. I still want to get these grinds done and everything. It will be throughout the day regardless if it's on stream or not. But gosh, I literally just slept for, like, 10 hours. And I feel like I need to sleep for another 10 hours. I didn't even bring any caffeine here either. No, it's probably best that I don't have any. You're at Seattle Comic Con last week? Nice. I've still never gone to any conventions before for anything. There's a convention center near me, but they never have any cool conventions that I would actually want to go to. Yep, my LZS is still in second. We're still about 10-ish behind. Yeah, we've been slacking. We were higher than like Shuriken earlier, now we're like 14 behind. Not too worried about it though. We'll get there when we get there. At this point, we're just like slowly over time wide farming everything. I guess they were doing gather wood cutting, now we're just randomly pivoting to alchemy. Though it's not completely random. The main reason I want to start doing alchemy is so I can start consolidating the bank. It's actually the only bank we have now that hasn't been, like, you know, fully processed, basically. It's been bothering me to no end. I guess you could technically say the cooking bank, but the cooking bank kind of has to be that way due to how it functions. But not counting the cooking bank, the only bank that is not fully processed, that can be fully processed at any given time, is alchemy. The only big issue with that is until trading comes out, I don't have a good way to fully finish doing it. The main reason being is some things that are actually worth trading for, or trading over to my old accounts at least at bare minimum, so when they do alchemy it's way cheaper. But beyond that, it's not really worth it otherwise. I didn't think about that either. I wonder if my alts have any of those other supplies. I don't think they did. They were doing some Mines of Bitumen grind, but I don't think they ever grinded anything that gave the really good material. I think at best they have like the 7% potion supplies, which honestly not that bad. They're gonna need that eventually for 131. I haven't actually checked a lot of the new prices for alchemy. I know in the near future, the potions we need to make now and upcoming are about the same price as they were before. But I know some have gone up a lot. I think a few have gone down a little bit, but not much. Most of them went in the up direction, if they were moved at all. For two reasons. One is they end up scaling some based on the distance to get to the shop, but others were scaled based on enemy drops, where they made a lot of them worth quite a bit more. There were a few that were made less, like healing potions, for example. The 170 heal, the best healing potion in the game, was actually reduced quite substantially. I think it's more expensive to make a 40% now. You can make more of them per hour, but I think it's actually legitimately more expensive to make the 40% than the 45% now, which is kind of funny. Even though the 45% is better knowledge and XP per hour. But you make half as many per hour, though, is the difference. I don't know, 5% higher strength. There will be situations in the future where that probably will be relevant. Theirs isn't at the moment. That's the biggest issue with potions like this, like these plus 80 boost potions we're making right now, and just healing potions in general. Like, what content are you supposed to be using them on right now? Because the answer is none. Or at least potions this strong you don't need to be. Like, you know, the weaker versions of them, like the 25, 30% heals, the plus 40 pots, stuff like that. Like, that's fine to use right now. But what on earth are you using plus 80 and 45% heals for right now? There is absolutely nothing. And we'll have content for it eventually. I'm still holding out for that new quest. Honestly, every single stream this week is basically the waiting for new quests to come out wait party. Because I want that new quest so badly. I hope it comes out in the next few days or so. They mentioned earlier it's already ready to go. Like, literally any day now. They just click a button, probably be like, oh, there it is. They're releasing the new quest. Because there's a non-zero chance it's the equipable potion quest, and I need that so badly. Especially after yesterday with all the juggling we had to do with it and everything. It's just getting so annoying. But soon, hopefully. But I'm curious, they said it's the best reward that they've ever done for any quest ever. So, there's a pretty high bar. Given that we have things like storage rifts and, 4-star armor crafting and weapon crafting. So that's a pretty high bar if they're saying that it's the best reward they've ever done for a quest. What is it going to be? Remote storage? You can now store from anywhere. Could you imagine? Honestly, that won't be as broken as it sounds. It's very, very absurdly strong. But due to the delay the spell would still have, especially if you got extra delay for being able to be cast anywhere rather than going to a location, because that'd likely be how they balance it. If they're not going to add a cost to it. If they were ever to allow you to storage rift anywheres, it would probably have twice as long of a cast delay if you were to do it. Like 2 or 3 times longer or something. But would have the benefit of being able to be used anywheres. It's something I do hope they consider balancing at some point. Like storage rifts being able to be used that way. Because having to do it at very specific locations, I don't know, it just doesn't work for quite a few of them. There are some that are just way too far away. The main reason that makes me think they're not going to do that, though, is the fact that they already just readjusted all the alchemy prices based on distance. So it's very unlikely that they would, but who knows, they could still. It's just that would equalize the cost of a lot of resources, though, as far as the time to bank. Because even if things are, like, let's say 6 rooms away or 10 rooms away, they would technically be the same amount of time to bank if you could storage rift anywhere. Whereas something that's only 1 or 2 rooms away or literally in the same room, that would still be quicker to bank. If they added delay to the spell, but be able to make it use it anywheres. I don't know, I'll have to wait and see. Because right here, I'm probably just going to do one inventory. I don't want to make sure we don't over-encumber. Basically, what we're going to be doing is we're going to keep creating these, but then doing the more AFK active potion. Like, you know, the fear potion, which is our best potion right now. We'll keep doing that when we get close to knowledge, because right here, it's really annoying to stop doing this activity to go claim knowledge points, so we're just not going to do that. And instead offset it with the other potion type whenever we need to go do that. At least that's how I've been doing it. It's been working out pretty well. Plus, we're about to run out of this material soon, too. Like, we only have like 100 left or so. And this is all the material we got while doing the Gatherer grind. So we actually got this for free. The only reason I've been holding on these and not using them earlier is I wanted to maximize how many of the passive potion we can make. At level 200, you can make the best potion in the entire game, the +4 boost AFK potion. And I wanted to maximize how many we made. I think we made like 187 or something. Somewhere around there, almost 200, a little under 200. And to do that, I needed to make sure I didn't gain any Alchemy XP up to level 219. Which is why we're only like 4.5 levels above it. As that's just what we've done since doing that passive activity. But at this point, our main goal for Alchemy long-term, I guess, is 277. This is the strongest boost potion that you can make for Cryonite. And if there is ever a purpose to needing this in the future, I want to have access to them. It's one of the other reasons for getting Gather Up, though the main reason for getting Gather Up is for 4-star weapons. But it's mostly to make sure for if bossing just randomly drops one day. I highly doubt it's anytime soon, but let's say in like 3 months it just randomly drops on a random day. It's like, hey, here's the first boss. Well, we're going to need this potion. Well, we may not need it, but you know. Especially if it's only neutral to blue, which I assume would be neutral to everything for a first boss or something. Unless they make it like a 3-parter where each part is like separately weak to something. But, yeah, this would definitely be convenient to have for when that eventually happens. Because being able to have something last for an entire fight is pretty convenient when it is a longer fight. It's the biggest issue that all the boost potions pretty much have right now. Is that every fight, generally speaking, is pretty short relative to the cost of the potion. Or, you know, the time to make it and everything. Like that one potion we were just looking at, we can only make about 110 of them an hour. And if you're fighting a boss and you can kill it every, I don't know, let's say 2 minutes. You're using 30 of those an hour. That means you would have to do 1 hour of alchemy for like every 4-ish hours of bossing. Just to maintain your combat potions. That's not even counting healing potions or anything. Just to maintain best in slot DPS, you would have to do 1 hour of alchemy for every 4 hours of bossing. And I wonder how they're going to fix that in the future, because Guardians are actually hurt the most by this, even though Guardians have access to the cheapest potion. If they want their absolute best potion, you get the worst XP rate for it, compared to Cryonite that gets mid-range, and Hammer Mages, which are in the best position, which get the absolute best XP rate. So Hammer Mages have the biggest benefit in that regard, and Guardians actually the worst. Which is kind of funny, because when it comes to buying stuff from the shop, it's the exact opposite. Guardians are the best, most favorable, and Hammer Mages are in the worst situation. But it's actually the other way around for if you're actually making them, because you'd want to be getting the higher XP for a longer duration. And the yellow ones are the furthest steep. Oh no, are we going to over-encumber on knowledge? I think we're going to be like just under bar. We're going to be at like 198, 199. We should be fine. But yeah, what other things are we prioritizing in the near future? I gotta go get 3 merchant levels, which I'll probably do off-stream at some point. But I need to get 3 merchant levels so I can start AFKing hides again whenever we want. We were originally able to do this, but they reconsolidated how merchant works a little bit and moved some things because they added a few new passives to it. And in doing so, our 2 goals for now have actually shifted. The one we already had at 239 is now 242. And the perfect bricks that we'll eventually need at some point, maybe soon, we don't know yet. 1 to 2 new quests might activate this. But we need 253 for perfect bricks, and currently we do not have 253. We currently have 239. So we'd still have to go get the rest of those levels to go and finish that out at some point soonish. Just in case 1 to 2 new quests does some kind of activation with it of some kind. As my theory on what will happen with that, though, of course, they could just drop it out of nowhere when Chapter 5 comes out. But I assume you would be able to start doing that adventure as an unlock from a quest that comes out before Chapter 5. And based on what we know what's happening between now and Chapter 5, there are only 2 quests that we know of that will exist in between that time frame. So it might be one of those 2. Where we end up getting those ventures unlocked. What am I doing now? Oh yeah, we're boosting. I see what we're doing. Alright, let me go do the other one real quick then. Let me go use the better potion so we get better XP rate from it. Since we're using the nice juicy potion. Grab 10 of these, grab 10 of these. Go grab this, go use that, drink this. Boom, boom, boom. Drink that, convert this into... I guess we're dumping into alchemy, honestly. We're already in chapter 1. What else am I putting in this chapter? I guess I could do chef, but honestly, I think it's way better spent on alchemy. Even if I need to get chef up in a dead zone, I think it's still better to put it into alchemy. As alchemy will always cost money to... Well, maybe not always. Oh, yeah, kind of always. Assuming you're keeping and using the potion, you will always lose money doing alchemy. Unless you have gathered literally every resource yourself. Which even when we're gathering all the resources, we're sometimes still short. Like, for example, I'm about 100 dandelions short. And I think they're like 7 silver each. So I'm still going to have to spend like 700 silver today in order to go and actually use all my glow plants. So yeah, we're almost going to have to spend like 750-ish silver, give or take a little bit. And yeah, even though we gathered like nearly everything ourselves, we're still going to have to spend nearly a gold to go train it. So there's always instances like that end up popping up with it. Even if you try making it as low as possible. They definitely start adding up over time, where Chef doesn't really have that kind of cost. It does to some degree when it comes to contracts. However, a lot of those contracts you can simply get a lower number and always profit from. Like, even the ones that lose the absolute most money, you can still profit from if you take a low enough number. Like, for example, I don't know, what do we have here? These 4 grilled bass, they're like 9 silver each. Well, I bought them before the update, so I'm actually not sure how much they are now. I think they're around 9 silver each. Maybe they're 10 now. But as you can see here, this one we actually do lose money on. Actually, both of these do, but I'm doing it for the XPs. This is a bad example. How about this oyster? These oysters are like 6-ish silver each. Let's say 7. And then the lemon juice is like 1, so let's say 8 total. And we're making 2 of them, which is like 16 silver at absolute most. And we're making like double that from it. Yeah, this one's a bit of an outlier, though. A lot of those, honestly, the fish went up a lot. I already pre-bought these, but even pre-buy, these things were still like 8, 9 silver each. Luckily, we don't have to do these bass too much longer. We're almost at the point where we don't need to do them anymore. As soon as we get to our next chef dish, we don't need to do them ever again. Unfortunately, the bass gets replaced with an even more expensive cod, so even though we're replacing one thing that's expensive, we're just replacing it with something just as expensive, unfortunately. Which is not ideal. But yeah, I just realized, how much is that? What level is that cod? 235. Oh gosh. You know what we need by the time we get there? I need 209 Forager and 235 Fisher. Oh yeah, by the way, I was AFKing Fisher some last night. I wasn't doing it particularly efficiently. I think in an entire hour I gained like a 1/4 of a level because I was doing it so AFK. But hey, fishing XP. I probably should have done a different activity. But yeah, I was fishing a little bit. Because I do need to start poking towards that 235. The main thing that we're actually looking for is not necessarily that, but this right here, the 226 for the oyster. That is a really, really, really big milestone for Fisher. And it's one of the things that we still need to prep. It's honestly probably going to be our next angle that we go for. Maybe tomorrow, since it's a bit of a shorter stream, we go for Merchant. And then after that, we maybe try a little bit of a Fisher pivot. Because even though we have almost every requirement for the 2 quests coming up, there is one requirement that we don't have, and that is a good venture setup. We don't know for sure if we're going to be getting more venture slots. More venture slots are very, 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 very broken. You should always unlock them immediately whenever a new quest comes out that has them. Regardless what the quest requirement is, you should go do them immediately, regardless of what your current priority is. Because the amount of free XP that you get from every new venture slot is extremely high. And I have a feeling one of the 2 new quests is probably going to add at least 1 new venture slot. And the problem with that is I don't have a 3rd good venture to go do. Honestly, I barely even have 2 good ventures to go do because that mining one's about to fall off soon. As soon as we get to like 262 miner. But yeah, the main solution to that is start working towards the brick venture in case it gets activated. Currently, you cannot do it. However, you might be able to do it soon. And then the other one, which always repairs everything, is just get your fishing one to 226 or higher. As you get post 200 EXP while getting just really, really good EXP for Fisher. This also skills. I believe this is also the only passive in the game that can be skilled with the tool, which is one of the other reasons why people tend to do it. It's a really, really, really efficient venture to be doing due to the pure amount of EXP that you end up getting, since you can actually upgrade the tool to give you more XP. Like right now, it's giving us 5% extra. You can't do that with any other venture currently in the game. It's only that one. So it's definitely something we got to get online at some point. However, that's going to be a multi-day grind. We'll probably be starting on Tuesday. I think tomorrow we go get our 242 merchant, and then, honestly, I think it's fishing pivot. Fish until we get, like, 226. Also, good morning, Tyrion! Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You want your hour back? I know, same. I am so tired today. I was mentioning it earlier. Like, I slept for, like, 10 hours, and honestly, I feel like I need to sleep another 10. It's amazing what 1 hour shift will do to you. In all fairness, is also still recovering some from when we were sick the other day. Not that I'm still sick, but, you know, that really offset my week. As far as just the vibe and everything. As well as my sleep schedule in general. Don't worry, we'll hour back in the fall. I know, right? Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna wait like 9 months for the hour back. Hey, what did we get our next unlock? 229, I believe it was. This is the AFK activity. I'm not sure if I'd be doing it too much. It's the pure profit one. I'm not sure how I feel about that with Alchemy. Normally, when it comes to other skills, it's really, really good. The one thing with Alchemy, though, is, do you know what? Let me go double check something. What I want to go double check is, how much do these potions cost now? Because I was paying about 25 silver each for the Mines of Matubin potions before the update. And I know they all got price hiked, but I'm not sure if the passive material got price hiked. That's something I want to go check right now, actually. How much is the 8% Hope Forest cost, which we would obviously use on Carpentry? And how much is the 8% Mines of Matubin cost, which we'll probably use on Smithing? I think is probably the best value. Either Smithing or Stonemason when we're forced into one of the weird Stonemason objects. Bonewright would actually be the one we wouldn't want to use it on, oddly enough. 5% would be fine on it, but the better 8% we'd want to save for the more expensive two. Alright, let me go double check, because I haven't actually rechecked all these prices since the update. I don't think they've tweaked that much as far as what you need for them. Actually, I don't even remember what material you need now that they changed all the alchemy thingies. Like, what do you even need for 8% AFK for Mines of Matubin? You need, what is this from? You need to do the electric snail and the... What is Shiny Pebbles from? Probably that one Rock Beast thing. Yeah, I think I know which one this is from. That's from, not that we would do this AFK, but, you know. It's from this guy over here, I believe. Not that one. Where is it? This one. The Rockling. So yeah, you get it from the rockling and the eel over here, it looks like, from what I could tell. You'd also tell based on their level range. Yeah, it is, definitely. Because they're both right next to each other level range-wise. Obviously, we're not quite at the point where we could do that passive. Yeah, it's going to be so hard to get these kind of materials whenever you need them. Other than just buying it. But yeah, let me go double check the price. I want to see how much that costs. Oh yeah, I'm not sure what we need for the 8% for Hope Forest, but I'm pretty sure we'll figure it out once we just check in there. But I mostly just want to check the Mines of Matubin one compared to how much we paid for our potions compared to how much the potion costs now. Where on earth are these things? Oh yeah, let me go do future items. That's one mistake I always make when I go in here. Whoa, are they expensive? Wow, they're expensive. Wow, 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 wow. No wonder why the potion prices went up so much. Anyways, yeah, we're just gonna do Ebsworth work and try powering through. Wow, is that expensive? Like, the potion's not bad, but I'm not sure if it's, like, almost 60 silver good. That's a little pricey for 8%. But, I don't know, it's 8%. It's still helpful. Alright, let me go check the other one. The only problem is I have no clue what you need for the other one. Let's see, that's Wealth Potion, that's Healing. I wish there was a way to, like, search. Hope Forest XP, Wealth. I'm looking for Hope Forest. No, that's Hope Forest. Yeah, wait. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, look how much cheaper this one is. Okay, I'm not making the Mines of Matubin potion then, it looks like. Right? This is the one? For Hope? Yeah, this is for the 8%. No, this is a 7%. No, never mind, there isn't a 7%. Yeah, the one I was just on, whatever that was. Whatever I was just looking at. That's the one of the 2 ingredients. I'm not sure what the other ingredient is. It would take too long to probably try to find it. But, yeah, it's only 11 silver each. Compared that to, like, the Mines of Matubin one that's, like, at the next level range. It's, like, 27. Like, it's almost 60 for the whole potion. Like, this thing's probably only, like, what, 20-something for the potion? 30 at most? Not sure what the second part of it is, but somewhere's in all this mess. Let's see if I can find it real quick. Too many things in here. Wish they were, like, right next to each other like some of the other ones. But yeah, let's just say it's, like, 30 silver. Actually, you know what? Let's check it through the wiki. Wiki, help. Wait. I got this. Wait. Look at the difference between these two. Wait. I keep forgetting. We can just check it here because all these are updated. So if we go check here, the 8% Hope Forest, we can see this was 11 silver for the updated price. Wait, what? Oh, was I looking at the wrong number one? Never mind. Okay, these actually are pretty expensive then. Wait, why wasn't the other one showing up? I thought I had pass action on. Or maybe I was just looking at the wrong one. Okay, never mind. It's still cheaper, though. But it is more expensive than anticipated. Okay, never mind. They're all expensive. Not sure how much more expensive this was than before, though. This is still cheaper than making the Mines one. So the Mines one is pretty useful, though, of course. Interesting. Oh, good to know. Oh, it actually sells... Oh, no, that's the sell price. I wish I would have the combined price here so you wouldn't have to check, like, both the thingies. Because that's just the sell price. That's not the buy. Oddly enough, it actually sells for most of how much it's worth for the other Gabolments, which is kind of funny. Wait, how much is the mining potion in that regard? I don't think I would sell it. I would definitely use it. Just out of curiosity, how much does this one sell for? Only 20? Did they forget to rescale its price or something? There's a lot of numbers in the game that seem like they're so off compared to... Like, they remember to scale one thing and then completely forget the other number or something. There are so many instances of that in the game right now. I feel like production is quite a bit like that too. Like all the weapon crafting in Chapter 3. We were looking at it a little bit more the other day. Or I think even yesterday. And they definitely forgot to tweak some of the numbers. I'm not sure what they're doing with it. But they'll do like a couple things, but then forget to tweak a few other things. And then they just kind of stay like that. And Alchemy is actually in that state right now. Where they tweaked a lot of numbers, but forgot to tweak a bunch of other numbers. So the ratio on some of them are just way out of whack. But that's something they'll fix in the future, of course. But it does complicate our goal, though. Because the two upcoming AFK potions are both, a little pricey. Just a little bit. Like, the benefit you get from them is pretty nice, though. So maybe it's worth it. But they're both burning like 55 to 60 silver an hour. But do give the benefit of giving 8% more XP when we go to a different chapter later. Which I guess is kind of worth it. What does that come out to? What is, how many times does 8 go to in 100? That would be, math. 5, wait, math. Yeah, 12-ish. Like 12 point something. But, alright, 12 point something. So let's just say 13. So 13 of them goes into that once. And if they're costing about 60 silver each, let me just calculate it. 13 times 60. It's about 780 silver per hour saved. As far as the AFK activity. But if you have to break it down for how many times you'd have to do that for a level, you'd have to times that by about 8-ish before it would generate a level. Wait, no. Would it be 8? How many times would you have to do that? If you're getting 1 free hour... Yeah, let's assume about 8 hours gets you a level then. So if you times that by 8, it's basically 6.2 gold in a level. Is that worth it? Not really. Like 6.2 gold to skip 1 level is kind of pricey. Like, yes, you do get the Alchemy XP along the line, along the way as well. But you're spending about 6.2 gold to skip a level. Roughly, give or take about 1 gold. Obviously, this is over a long period of time, though. Which to some degree makes it worse, not better. You don't even get to cash in immediately. But yes, if we were to go do these 2 potions, not counting the Alchemy XP that we'd be getting, if we're just counting the XP that it gives to Hope Forest and the Mines of Matubin, we're spending roughly 6 gold, give or take 1 gold, for effectively 1 level in the skill. So if we were to put it into carpentry or into, like, smithing or something similar. It's a little pricey. Like, it's good, but it's a little pricey good. And of course, it gets it done a little bit quicker than other potions. Like, if you were to use a 5%, this is a bigger one. I don't know. We'll see. The problem with that is how much gold that would cost. However, you wouldn't have to do it for that long. Like 267, I only need to get to 277. So, for example, this one I'd only have to do for 10. Let's say it takes about 8 of them every single time to go get a level. Actually, no, I wouldn't be using boost potions or anything. Let's say it takes about 10-ish of them. The problem with that is, because the level that you need for each XP keeps shifting, I never know what to calculate that out, as far as how many hours to get a passive level. But yeah, let's say for this, we need 10, so that's going to be 100. So I would do that for 100 hours, which is, yeah, that's 6 gold. Oh yeah, that's about enough for getting 1 level, too. Okay, that's kind of convenient. When you put it that way, it doesn't sound as bad. When you put it that way, we're spending roughly 6 gold to get the 10 alchemy levels we need, and to buy ourselves 1 free level in Mines of Matubin. That will likely be dumped on the smithing. When you put it that way, it's not horrible. It also allows you to get it 3% quicker than you would otherwise if you use a 5% potion. Or 8% quicker compared to using nothing. Because that's another thing, too, when you account for the current cost of 5% potions. Because some of them went up. Most notably the Mines of Matubin one, but all of them went up slightly. Maybe I should go double check what those prices are. I'm going to go check the shop after this inventory. Because that's another thing to consider, is the price difference between the 8% and making it from scratch. Or, you know, by scratch I mean buying it from the shop and then making the potion. Compared to buying it. It's half from scratch. You skip the forager and gatherer part and skip straight to the final part. That's kind of from scratch. It's the scratches they're worth doing. Honestly, even when Delver comes out, I'm not sure any situation where you're gonna bother doing the Delver AFK just to go do the Bone Right AFK just so you can go do the Builder AFK. At most, you're gonna do the Bone Right AFK and then go into the Builder AFK, and that's it. Like, even once you can accumulate that through Delver, I don't think you would. It's a big issue that Forager Like, with mining, it kind of works because of how the pickaxe upgrade works. It actually applies to everything. But when it comes to Forager, Gatherer, and the soon-to-be Delver, I don't really see any instance where you really do those AFKs. They're actually really, really, really bad value most of the time. Because not only do most of them, if not all of them, I think there's like a few in Gather that are an exception, but not only do they not have any tool that ends up boosting the AFK activity, but on top of that, the material you get just isn't worth the amount of time that you're doing. Like, yes, it is pure profit, which is nice, but you need to make sure you get like the right ratios for alchemy and everything else like that, and to be at the right level ranges. And what if you have something else that's good in the skill that's worth doing? That means you still have to buy the other one to begin with, and it's just so much of a mess that you might as well just buy them outright. It's a big issue that Forager, Gatherer, and soon-to-be Delver will all have. That mining, oddly enough, doesn't have. Fisher has it too, but Fisher is like a whole thing. Fisher and Chef are just like dead content for AFK activity. Like, that's a whole thing in itself. As far as how bad that is. Especially since you can't even consume it as like an hourly buffer or anything. But that's like a different category of bad. But when it comes to the other gathering skills, ignoring Fisher because that was just horrifically bad. But when it comes to like Forager, Gatherer, Woodcutting, Mining, Delver, it's really just the 3 hand skills that are really bad. Because mining's good because of the tool upgrade, and the fact that it feeds into some really good skills. And woodcutting is actually good for the exact same reason. There's no good final product or anything from it, but it gives you carpentry XP, and carpentry XP is good, really good. It's not like it has an upfront cost like when Fisher. Because that's the biggest issue with Fisher. Fisher, you have to go... If you were to do like the full process of Fisher, you gotta do Forager, Gatherer, or Delver to go get fishing supplies. You then have to go fish your fish. You then have to go and cook your fish, potentially with another Forager, Gatherer, or Delver supply. And then you need to go and finally get your final product. Like, you have to do like 4 different AFKs for some of the dishes. Because you need to AFK for your bait, so you can do the fishing AFK. You then need to do the fishing AFK. You then need to go get another ingredient sometimes from Forager, Gatherer, or Delver to be able to do a double ingredient. And then you need to go do the cooking AFK for a 4 AFK cycle, which is so bad. The 3 cycles are already bad enough, but those 4 cycles are so horrific. Basically anything in Chef that requires 2 ingredients to AFK are the absolute worst in the entire game. Honestly, all of them already are, but that one in particular is extra bad. Alright, let me go check the pricing on this. Because we were just talking about earlier that the 60 silver cost. However, there's something to put into account. And that is the cost to actually buy the potion. If we go and check the... Also, they have not changed the wealth potion pricing. Interesting. I almost feel like this should be the next thing to stock up on, to be honest. Before they nerf them into the ground, price-wise. But, wow, 52 silver each. Good thing I stocked up on 1,000 of these things. Okay, you know what? Spending 60 silver each, not too bad. Also, this potion went up so much in price that is actually viable to buy to 6%. Oh, that's actually funny. It actually went up so much in price that the ratio of cost, you can actually justify getting the 6% instead of the 5%. Because it's just so expensive. That's really funny. Where's the Hope Forest one? Okay, the Hope Forest 5% is still really cheap. Though, when you compare the 8% to the 6%, the 8% making it from buying it from the shop is cheaper than buying the 6%. So when you're looking at it that way, it's still good. But, yeah, interesting. Yeah, the main thing I did is I bought them up beforehand. I'm not sure what the cost of the 6% was beforehand, but the cost of the 5% was way cheaper. So I bought a small amount of 1,000. The only reason it's lower is I've been using some. We also stocked up on 5%. Not as many as I wanted. I wanted like 30,000 of these, but they'll last us for a good couple months. But, yeah. But yeah, when you compare it to the current 5% for Forest, the other one's not too bad then. Or the Mind one isn't too bad. This one's actually a little bit worse then. But if you compare it to the 6%, it's pretty worthwhile. Like, it's going to cost me like 55 silver each to make an 8%. So we'll definitely at least... I don't know. We might do both. We'll see. It's a lot of money, but it's kind of worth it. The problem with that is just to do those 2 alchemy AFKs, we're talking like 13 gold. And you know how much gold I have right now? 13. To be able to do the next 2 alchemy AFKs, not counting the one where we do Ebsworth work, But to be able to do the next 2 that we need to do beyond that to go get to our level, because we have to do this from 248 to 267, I'm pretty sure. And then it's 267 to 277. To be able to do both of these is going to cost slightly more gold than I even have right now, which is the biggest problem. Anyways, let's go and go back to doing these things. We only have 100 left, which I think is about an hour left of these guys. Well, we're not doing combat for a while. I'm waiting for special attacks and skill tree before I go back. I am holding out on it for a little bit. But yeah, combat is a lot of money now, though. Like, the amount of money we would make from going from 878 to 2,000 is absurdly high. Like, it's more than we would probably make from going to 500 merchant, 500 leatherworker. Especially because I want to save like 80-90% of my leather. But even if we sold everything, I am pretty sure 2,000 combat actually makes more than 500 merchant into 500 leatherworker. Even if you did 90% sell instead of 90% bank. I am pretty sure 2,000 combat actually makes more money now. And 2,500 combat definitely makes more money. I just want to wait till we get skill tree and special attacks and everything. Because right now, combat's basically just AFK simulator. Though in all fairness, quite a few things are in this game too, but you know what I mean. Like, there's so many more adjustments that are going to be coming to it in the near future. I want to wait at least until those hit the game. Which gives us time to go get our productions up so we can actually go and make our weapons and everything we need. One thing I'm kind of considering too is the 500 smithing rush. Not for a leaderboard, but just so we have it. So at least we have 3-star crafting, if nothing else. But to do that, we kind of need almost 500 mining. As we need to be able to go do the final mining rock, which is 474. But let me go double check. Is it actually possible? Ah! Tempting, tempting, tempting. Do I do what I think we're about to go do? Do I do the fishing pivot into Mines of Matubin mining smithing pivot? I'm considering it. Like, after we finish doing our alchemy bank and getting our few merchant levels tomorrow. So after, like, starting on... I don't know, what day would we be starting that then? Because honestly, that would basically be this weekend that would be starting it. Oh no, it is kind of tempting. The problem is there's a lot of people way ahead of us because they already have 500 mining. Like, right now, it looks like we're close. But there's like a billion people with 500 mining. Oh no, I think we still do it regardless of if we get leaderboard or not. When has leaderboard ever stopped us from something? That needs to be one of our goals. But yeah, I think that's our consolidated new plan. Today, on stream and off stream, I try to finish consolidating as much of our alchemy bank as possible, if not all of it. And a few that I don't finish, we can just AFK later while doing like some chef stuff. Then I think we start pivoting into 226 Fisher, so if they add a new venture slot, we're good to go for that new venture slot from the 2 new quests that are coming soon. We don't know if either of them will be adding a venture slot, but either of them could add a venture slot. So just in case I want to be prepared. Worst comes to worst, once I start doing mining again, I gotta start doing the fishing AFK anyways. Beyond that, I might even start stopping doing the detective one for a little bit too. And just run double fish for a while. That does mean I'll need money for the toll, but that's a later issue. We got too many things we gotta go do. We can't worry about that part. But beyond that, so goal. Do alchemy in the short term. Then do merchant for a very short duration. Probably tomorrow's Monday stream. Because we should be able to finish out in 3 hours or less. Then after that, maybe not less, but you know, around 3 hours or so. Then after we finish that, we go to 226 Fisher, which is quite a grind. That's going to be like a couple day grind. And then once we have that, I think we finally have enough mining level to go and do our mining smithing push. I think it's finally time. Just in case some things come earlier than expected. Because, but what about 4-star spec weapons though? It's still going to be like a looming issue if you don't get all of them up. I don't know, we'll focus on smithing a little bit initially and then kind of wide farm it. It's fine if we go a little bit deep on smithing early. But it would mostly be a mining grind. A lot of mining initially. But I guess we can go back and forth a little bit. Like once we get to 262, we can go smith all these, for example. But I think we slowly start pivoting into that. It's going to take us a while, though, because I still have a billion goals this week that will take us to, like, Friday or Saturday. But starting this weekend, I think we finally truly start our Minds of a Tubin pivot. There's still a few things with that plan that aren't currently available, though. For example, I might have to do a bunch of merchant into leatherworker and sell everything in order to afford a level 25 cage for Fisher, as I currently only have a level 0 cage for both of them. And I would need my oyster cage to be level 25, which I believe is this one. Also, I need to make sure not to accidentally upgrade the wrong one. Because that'd be a big fail. But yeah, I would want to get the oyster cage, which I believe is this one. The oyster net to level 25, bare minimum. I don't think I would get it higher than that, but I do want to get to 25 if we're going to start doing double fishing AFK. Because I won't be able to do the mining AFK once we start doing mining. And at that point, I might as well just do double fisher if we don't have a third venture slot by then. If we do get a third venture slot, we'll start doing double fish into detective then. But if they don't end up adding a new venture slot with the 2 new quests, we'll simply just do double fish. And just let detective sit there because raid dens are dead. At least in the near future, I don't really need to worry about it too much. Because right now, our current path for detective is do the venture until we hit 315. Then do the investigations until we end up getting 344. And then we're pretty much good to go from there. Do I have a strat for Skeledurge Rage? Oh yeah, I already ended up doing it off stream. Because I thought it might end tonight. So in case I streamed for a while today or went to bed to rest because I'm like so tired right now. But in case we did anything like that, I ended up already doing the Skeledurge just in case. But yeah, I ended up doing it just with a support mon. The main thing that people seem to be renting was Kyogre? What's that thing's name? The blue water legendary from Gen 3. I believe it begins with a K. I forget its name, but that thing. People were just running that, and I was just running a support, support Umbreon. Yeah, Kyogre, that's the one. But yeah, just Kyogre was like something to set up, Reflect. I mean, not Reflect. Mirror Shield. But yeah, I just ended up having support for that. Like, everyone on the team was using Kyogre, and I was just using a support Umbreon. Because it's really special attack, tanky. It does have some physical moves, but special attack's the only thing that's really strong. Yeah, Light Screen, that's the one. Yeah, whatever it's called, I forget. I haven't been doing Pokemon. We haven't properly played Pokemon in like 2 years now. So I forget the name of everything. I know the premise of everything, but I forget what they're called. Also, hello, Chino, earlier, by the way. I'm sure if I said hello, even though I was commenting on what you were saying. That's the dog's being all barky. May need to go pet it to calm it down. Like, the second it doesn't have any amount of attention, it's like, must call for attention. But then I'll go out her, pet her for like 5 minutes straight, and then she'll go back to doing it like 10 minutes later. The worst part is, I can literally leave my door open, and she won't even, like, walk in to be pet. She wants you to come to her. She won't do it the other way around. Crazy doggy. Anyways, what was I talking about and pondering? Oh yeah, our future plan. Our master plan. Run all of Alchemy, then get Merchant so we can start making our money printer work again. Once we get our money printer back up, we start working on 226 Fishermen so that we can start having our passives ready. And after that, I think we become a Mind to Matubin main. There might be some side grinds we still do occasionally for some other areas. Including Chef, of course. But, yeah, I think that's the main goal then. But oddly enough, that would actually be a pretty good AFK activity for if we're going to do Xenoblade Chronicles X. Because honestly, at this point, I think I am going to stream it. I think we're going to go for it. Brighter Shores has been kind of a little bit slowish with some updates. The next 2 updates, we could just simply do a stream dedicated to them when they do come around. Obviously, we'll still be doing Brighter Shores live streams every day. It's just when we go do the JRPG thing for about a week or 2, it'll just only be like an hour or 2 for Brighter Shores when we do. But honestly, that's enough time to cover whatever the new quest is on whatever day that does happen. Like, let's say there's 2 new quests come in the next 3 weeks. Like, it's not going to take that long to do them. Like, the quest itself without a guide will take, like, what, an hour tops? Then messing around with whatever's in the new quest takes, like, an hour to 2 hours, probably. Let's start adding something really substantial that we're not aware of. Like a boss. But I highly doubt it. So are they adding the quest this week or next week? We don't currently know. If I had to guess, it's this week. One of them's already completely finished, so all they have to do is, like, press a button and it's already in the game. Not literally, but, you know, pretty much. But yes, we should be getting 1 quest this week, almost guaranteed. The other quest we don't know because it's not finished yet. So it could be a week, could be a couple weeks. But the first quest of the 2 should be this week, though nothing has confirmed it. The only thing we know is that it's completely done, 100%. So they could literally add it today, they could add it tomorrow, they could add it any day they feel like. But the second quest is not completed yet, so it could be a while. Alright, just so we don't over-encumber, let me go run the... I don't know, do we run a double? No, I'll just run this real quick. Wow, we only have 77 left. Oh, it's gonna be so sad to see these guys go. We've had them for so long from our Gatherer grind. We ended up doing this while we were doing the 200 Gatherer grind. And this was basically every Catkin and Chestnut we got along the way. We also got some of the Catkins while doing combat as well. Because some of those Sprigatins were just dropping those. Actually, I'm not even sure if they drop them anymore now that I think about it. Which is actually a bit of a nerf to them. Actually, not really. Instead of dropping the plus 80 best in slot green potion, they now drop the best in slot healing potion. So it's a little bit of a trade-off. Where instead of dropping the best DPS item, they drop the best healing item. Which, I don't know, is that a buff? Is that a nerf? I'm not sure. I guess if you're not a Guardian, that's technically a buff. But the amount of XP that you get from it is a lot less now. Because they basically traded out the supply that it dropped from a 197 potion down to a 170. So it's 27 levels lower. It's like 4 whole potions lower. So you're banking a lot less XP from killing it now compared to before. Even though the potion that you get from it's just more generally useful now. But who knows? Maybe it drops both. I have no clue. I haven't actually killed them since the update. So I'm not sure what their drop table is. All I know is that before they used to drop the Catkin. And now they have a drop that is for the best healing potion. So maybe they dropped the Catkin and the healing potion? But I'm pretty sure the Catkin got replaced with the healing potion. I'm not sure on that though. Because I haven't bothered killing them since then because they're not really at a level range where it'd be worth doing. Actually, now that I think about it, it might be in a level range where I can't even kill them. They're level 888. If I don't do pass action on them, I can't even kill them right now. That's why I probably haven't checked. Because they're outside my range of being able to kill. If we did a little bit of combat, we would be able to go kill them. I'm just not sure if that's worth it. If both those things are on its drop table, honestly, that's not bad. If they drop plus 80 green potion and best in slot healing potion supply, that's actually a really, really good drop table. But I'm pretty sure they replaced one with the other, rather than adding both. But yeah, I'm really hoping that the new quest comes soon. I'm hoping to wake up just randomly on Monday or Tuesday. Particularly Tuesday would work out perfectly. Actually, I don't know. Monday would work out good too. Because then we could just dedicate the entire stream, instead of doing Merchant tomorrow, we could dedicate the entire stream to doing the quest. And I just do Merchant off stream then. Because that would actually work out perfectly. I don't know, we'll find out when it comes out soon. And obviously when we do Fisher over the next soon, it shouldn't be that bad to go pivot into whatever the new quest is. Also, we should have every requirement for it. That shouldn't be an issue. If it requires a certain passive level, we have every passive in the game unlocked. If it requires any stat, we already have 200 all, which they said they're not going to be adding any quests that have above that. So, yeah, we're good to go. The only thing I want to prep for when it comes to quests is making sure that our ventures are good to go. Making sure that we have access to bricks, perfect bricks, in case they activate that. Make sure we have access to plenty of venture slots in case they end up adding more. If they add 1 or 2 or however many they end up adding. Because anytime they ever add a new venture slot to the game is a very, very huge EXP increase. I assume they're going to drip feed them one at a time over the course of 4 quests. But every single quest that ever gets it is a absurdly high XP increase. Especially if you're doing a post-200 venture. The amount of extra XP you get per day is insanely high. Because ventures post-200, I think some of my ventures are the equivalents at the same level range as if you did like 4 knowledge points into the skill. Like, it's something absurd. Like, at some level ranges, it's anywhere from like 2 to 4 knowledge points. Obviously, it eventually falls off and becomes almost like 1 knowledge point, and eventually even less than that, as far as how much value you end up getting from it. But it is a lot when you end up initially unlocking them. Like, when we initially unlocked the Oyster Venture, and we go get, like, the extra percent for it, for the extra, like, 10%, I am pretty sure we are getting, bare minimum, 3 knowledge points worth of XP. Maybe even 4. For just checking it once. Oh, yeah, that reminds me, too. Oysters are 24-hour, too, so you don't even need to check them twice. So you don't lose as much value on them as well, which makes them even better. Is there a 24-hour venture, not a 12-hour venture? Oh, that will lead to one complication, though, if they add a 3rd venture slot. If they add a 3rd venture slot, but that 3rd venture slot isn't bricks and tiles, we're going to have a double 24-hour with a non-24-hour, which is really annoying. The only way we'd be able to do triple 24-hour is if they added brick and tile and a venture slot, in which case we'd run brick into double oyster. But no, we'll have to wait and see. The actual rewards for the quest have not been confirmed, but we know things that can be the rewards for the quest. Things like equipable potion, things like more venture slots, things like more ventures. Like if they had the brick and tile venture finally activated. Stuff like that. There's also a lot of things they could do that we have no clue what they could do. Like, it could be something completely in left field that could even be predictable. There's something completely out there that they haven't done before for a quest reward. Is the only thing we know about the first one is that's the best quest reward they've ever added, supposedly. We'll be the judge of that when it comes out, though. But, yeah, they say it's pretty good. Which means it's somehow better than storage rifts and the ability to craft 4-star gear. At least in theory. So that reward has to be pretty juicy to live up to that hype. I don't know, regardless what it is, he's always done pretty good quest rewards in the past, so I'm not too worried about what happens with it. Even if it's not the best quest reward ever, it's still going to be pretty high up there. Oh, I just realized I need a potion, don't I? I could do that. Oh, whoops, mistakes have been made. I'm gonna go grab that, drink this, grab 1010. I'm doing this in a really weird order. Because I forgot I need the potion. If only you could equip them so you didn't need to do this every time. Alright, let me drink this. Put this into Alchemy. Then we go craft these, and we pick up all those off the ground and use our knowledge point, and then do the same thing again. I just realized I'm gonna have to drop them. I'm gonna have to move back a tile, otherwise this could be awkward. But yeah, that's the next pivot, 226 Fisher. I'm not sure how we're gonna go about it, though. Well, I do know how we're going about it, but, it's not quick, is the problem. I honestly, I think I'm going to dump knowledge into Fisher as we do Fisher. At least between Tiger to Puffer. Once we get to Puffer, I'll probably stop and put in, like, Alchemy or something in the chapter. But, it's, also, that's, by the way, that's one of the reasons why I want to consolidate my Alchemy bank right now, by the way. Not sure if I mentioned that yet. Well, one of the other reasons is because some of the XP, if not all the XP that we do while doing Fisher is going into Alchemy. So it makes sense to dump it there as well. Wait, that didn't give me enough for the point? Really? I thought it would. Come on. Get there. You're almost there. Because I kind of want to go and dump into 217, but once we get to 217, we dump into Alchemy then. Until we have 226. And then we just camp the Venture forever. Until we have very big Fisher level. Because currently there's no Venture that pays out better XP than Fishing Venture. The problem is Fisher as a skill is kind of useless in the current state of the game. Maybe not useless, but compared to other skills, it's pretty low value. But it is the best venture in the game. You dump knowledge into fish all the way to the venture? Nice. No, we'll see. We'll consider it. I'm definitely doing it until Puffer. But depending on how much I like Puffer Eel, we might just stick with Puffer Eel and jump into Alchemy. It really depends where all of our levels are by then. I guess it comes down to heavily what on earth is our Alchemy level by the end of it all. Is I do want to slowly work our way to 277 Alchemy. Honestly, I kind of want to work our way to all the boost potions, but that is so high. To be able to do it all the way to Mind Matubin, which would be very, very, very useful, we somehow need 412 Alchemy. That not only costs us more than our entire bank, like 100 times over. I was going to say 10 times over, but honestly, it goes to like 50, 100 times over, if not more. But also, 412 Alchemy is not quick. Like, to put it in perspective, our highest production skill right now is 270 smithing, and that still took forever. And I'd rather prioritize smithing all the way than do alchemy. And just sell the potions down the line instead. As much as it would be painful to not use 8% and 10% potions, since we are enabling trading, we actually can get away with that. Like, we can 500 all Minds of Matubin, and then down the line with alchemy just sell all of our 8 and 10% Minds of Matubin potions for a high penny. Because they should be pretty valuable for people who want to go 500 all Minds of Matubin. But since we were able to pre-buy so many 5% and everything else, we're kind of already kind of good to go. Like, yeah, it'd be nice to have the 8 and 10%, but it's not required to go do the grind. It would be helpful, but, you know, 3 to 5% while useful is not, like, game-breakingly good. It's definitely helpful. But the amount of money that we'd get from selling them is probably better than the amount of benefit they would give us XP-wise. For all the min-maxers that want to be, like, all the top leaderboard people who would actually want to go buy it. I am curious to see if they're going to be doing a leaderboard divide at that point, though. Like, you know, when people go trading and not trading. Because I'm curious how they'll all split. I'm pretty sure Miles ES is going non-trading. I'm not sure if Vorpal has ever mentioned it. Oh no, does Vorpal ever mention on one of his streams if he's enabling trading or not? And we also don't know if Irksome will be. Or anyone in this area. Oh no, is Chino here? Chino, you were here earlier. Are you enabling trading or not? I don't remember what you mentioned earlier. Oh yeah, also, Unbi did gain 2 levels, by the way. He has moved. It seems like he's only doing his AFK activity and his Oyster Venture right now. He's doing his 24-hour Oyster Venture and checking his AFK activity once per day, it looks like. I think he forgot... Excuse me. I think he forgot to set up his AFK activity one day, though. Because his number wasn't moving for a while. That he was busy for a couple days. Where he didn't even have, like, 1 minute to go check. But it seems like he's only checking his 24 hours now. Double 24-hour Oyster Venture into probably, like, AFK and Alchemy or something. Oh, wait, maybe not Alchemy, because Alchemy doesn't last for 24 hours. It only lasts for 12 hours because of how the thingy works. Oh, he's doing something. Alright, how many do we have left? 66. Okay, we do 3 more sets of 22 then. And then we can start moving all into Fear. Oh, yeah, I do need to go buy more Fear potions later. I do need to go do that at some point here. That's fine. Alright, oh yeah, why do I have these random thistles? I should probably go get rid of these. Whenever we go buy sell later. Honestly, I almost wanted to go do it now and go buy the rest of the dandelions we need. I think we do it right now. Is there any other piece of junk that we just 100% do not need in here? That isn't already associated to another item? What is this? Oh, this is used for the thistles. Oh, do I just make them? They're like negative EXP per hour, though. Do I make negative EXP per hour potions? I'm tempted. I actually kind of have them all banked almost. This is so absurdly not worth it. But the fact that they're in here, the self-sufficiency brain is like, oh, we must go make these. Oh, wait, no, this isn't what I think it is. What am I doing? I forgot. You have to use the other thing. Never mind, I sell both of them. I sell both of them. Never mind. Let me go do that now, because it's bothering me that these aren't consolidated. Let me go start buying my dandelions right now. I think I got these while killing the goblins, and I just didn't have anything else to do with it, so I was like, yeah, I'll go bank them, I guess. Because I think these came when we were killing the goblins while doing 200 scout. Because I know for sure I didn't gather these. But I think we're just picking up literally everything, so those were also in the everything category. Alright, what am I looking for? Dandelion. How much are they now? Ooh, they did go up about 0.4 silver or so. Ouch. That's fine, though. Oddly enough, the glow plants actually went up more than the dandelions. I think the glow plants are actually more expensive than dandelion. Even though it was the other way around before. Dandelion actually went up a lot less. Alright, put away all these. Deposit all. Dandelion. Alright, actually not dandelion. I want to go sell these. Get another set of dandelion. I was going to do this now just to consolidate a few of the junk in our bank. Because the whole thing that we're trying to do now is try to get the bank as clean as possible. There are a few junk items we're going to have to keep in there because it's not worth trying to do what we're doing right now, or because they're already associated with another stack that we have to keep in there anyways. What am I doing? I'm doing dandelion. Make sure to get the right tier of one. Yeah, let's make sure not to overbuy either, because that can also be an issue. 2 more inventories looks like it should be fine, but a second inventory I think I have to do a weird number though. We'll do a bit of you, which works out perfectly because that's actually how much I need to go sell. Look at that. How perfect is that? I'll be able to sell all this junk by the exact time that we need the other thing. Perfect. Now sell all this, get a whole thing of dandelion. Then we grab everything we have left and double check what the exact number of dandelions is just so we don't overbuy. Not that it would matter that much, but I do want to get exact number here. It must be perfectly even. Or it'll bother me for the next couple hours. Like how these are perfectly even. Math. I need 21. Alright, 21. Just making sure. Yep, 21. Alright, sell all these and buy exactly 21 dandelion. Oh, these are worth 1.5. These actually went up a bit, I think. Interesting. Why didn't Thistle go up? That is so far from a bank. Alright, this should be perfectly even now. So we don't need to go crazy about the numbers being slightly off. Let's just make sure that we did count correctly. And these numbers should both be the exact identical. Yay! 508, 508. Nice. Anyways. Let me go get my potions again and start with these. What do we need again? So we'll grab a couple of these. And, I guess technically a fear placeholder. Fear placeholder. There we go. Alright, anyways, what we're doing. Grab a couple of you, grab a couple of you. Oh wait, not a fear placeholder. I needed the other thing placeholder. Wait, mistakes have been made. I'll fix it after we do these 2 sets. I forgot, we're doing Arborate Potion, not Fear. The only reason I was doing Fear earlier is we were getting close to a double meter. I didn't want to over-encumber on the other machine. But no, we're doing Arborate now. I don't know, I can just put these away. I technically don't need a placeholder there. I think the only reason I do is just to make sure I don't accidentally click take all and have a weird like 11-12 ratio. Also because once you start making the potion, it starts taking up that spot. But yeah, I am really tempted to just throw knowledge into Fisher the entire time we do the grind. Particularly on Mana Ray. Mana Ray is really bad compared to Puffer Eel. One thing that's also nice is Puffers are actually really good to AFK. Well, the Manta Rays can be. They're so far apart from each other. Whereas if you were to just do camping pufferfish and not do puffer eel, it's really easy to go click all of them real quick. The only big issue with AFKing those is sometimes they're over top each other and there's not a good way to click on the one underneath another one. Also, doing that would eventually unlock us cod as well without you need to do any fishing from there, which is nice. Technically, will unlock all the fish we eventually need. When do you get a better venture? So you got to do oyster all the way... Ooh. Wow, are we really going to do that? Is that actually a thing we're going to do? I hope they add more venture slots soon. Because I'm looking at our fishing trajectory. And aside from getting what we need for Chef... One thing that's kind of sad, but probably what we're going to do, is I think we legitimately do oysters all the way from 226 to 310. Not counting the few that we need for, not counting the few that we need for, like, cooking contracts. Like the few 100,000 that we'll sometimes get for some things. But aside from that, I'm pretty sure we actually do, oysters from 226 to 310 Fisher. Like, literally the whole way up. Like, yeah, I'll grab some cod for the dishes. I'll grab some gannards for the fishes. For the dishes. Flounder you could just ignore because it's not used for any dish. And then once you get to Mana Ray, you only have to do 5 levels until you start getting the thing anyway, so you don't even need to do them for those 5 levels. I know, unless the Venture is really bad by then. We'd have to see what the XP rate is. Because honestly, by about 280, its XP rate's probably horrible. Like around where this Flounder is. But I'll have to check to see by then. Because I do feel like Ventures start falling off about like 30 levels after you get them. Like I feel like our Detective Venture is slowly starting to waver right now. And it's like 30 above right now. I feel like by 40 or 50 is when you'd hit like the cutoff where it's not as good doing anymore. Probably even at 40. I think 40 is kind of the cutoff. Where you probably don't want to be doing the Venture anymore. Relative to the XP that you could probably be getting from another Venture at a different level range. It's one of the reasons why our Mining Venture is going to fall off soon. Our Mining Venture is at 231. And by the time we start mining again, we're going to way exceed that. By the time we get 262, our XP is just going to skyrocket. And then we're going to be outside the range where this Brimstone is even worth it until we get back to the better one. There probably are some exceptions to that, though. Like if you're trying to power level a skill to max and you're at the final Venture already. Like, if our goal is to get to 500 mining, I don't think we would stop doing the 380 Venture. Even at, like, 490, we'd still be doing it. Just to push it on along a little. But generally speaking, for every other, like, in-between Venture, unless you're trying to do a final level push, I think by 40 level range is when you should stop probably doing them. Which, if we were to apply that to Oyster, that means we'd have to stop at, Though you do get extra XP from these, though. They have a special mechanic, but if that was to be the case, we'd want to stop around 266, which would mean 269 or so, somewhere around here. Like, the furthest we'd want to go is Flounder. In which case, we'd actually have to go manually fish again. That's not to say you couldn't keep doing the Venture. But the amount of XP that you'd be getting from it as a ratio would be worse compared to some other Ventures you might be able to take relative to your level range. Also, that's something I didn't think about. I wonder if any skill in Chapter 5 is going to have a Venture attached to it. If I had to guess which one would, it would probably be Delver. Delver would be the most likely one to have a delving, you know, quite literally a delving Venture. Because so far, they've only been put on gathering skills, I'm pretty sure. Or whatever, I wonder if you count Merchant and Detective. Because the only ones to have one right now are Fisher, which is a gathering skill. Mining, which is a gathering skill. And Detective and Merchant, which are something. Not sure what you would really call them. They're not really gathering, per se. Even though they kind of are treated like gathering skills, Detective and Merchant. Merchant I definitely see a bit more as a gathering skill because you get like hides from it and everything. Like hide discounts, alchemy supplies, stuff like that. But Detective is in a really weird category in that regard. Because I wouldn't really call Detective a gathering skill in any way. Because at no point in any time a Detective do you even obtain an object. Unless you're searching all the chests from the investigations. But it's more so a chest mechanic than a Detective-specific mechanic. There just happens to be a lot of chests while doing Detective. But Detective is a zero inventory skill. Especially once you have a cool little potion. There's not a single Detective activity, well, other than Forensic AFK. But aside from that, there's not a single Detective activity that needs any amount of inventory. which makes it technically not a gathering skill, as you're not really gathering anything. It's no weird category. Yeah, it still has a venture like many other gathering skills do. The only gathering skill to not have a venture... Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, there's only 2 to not have it. Forager and woodcutting are the only 2 gathering skills. Oh, no, and gatherer, I guess, technically. So all the hand skills and woodcutting are the only gathering skills that don't have it then. There's even things that are like pseudo-gathering skills. You wouldn't got one. So if that's the case, maybe Delver won't get a venture then. Because Delver's, despite being a gathering skill, is a hand gatherer. And so far, hand gatherers have not gotten a venture yet. The only other venture I could think of for next chapter then is Builder. Also, if there is a Builder venture, you'll 100% want to do it. Well, aside from the Merchant venture, or venture that technically gives you Builder supplies. Actually, I didn't even think about that. Could you imagine if the venture... Oh, that's really funny. I didn't think about that just now. Because currently no such thing exists. But you know how that there's passive activities that feed into passive activities? What if the Merchant venture feeds into a Merchant Builder venture? I mean, a Builder venture. Where you need bricks and tiles in order to do a venture for Builder that requires bricks and tiles to do. Oh, that would be so funny. Because so far there is a venture that has a cost associated with it. Every merchant venture, you have to spend some amount of money in order to get the product. So maybe it's going to be like that, where you have to do the merchant venture in order to go do the builder venture. Oh, that would actually be really cool. I didn't think about that. They've done that for passives, but they haven't done that for a venture yet. But it could be the first instance of it, where a venture feeds into a venture. Or you need bricks and tiles to do a builder venture. I kind of hope that's a thing now. Because that would actually be a really good use for them. If you needed an actual material to upkeep a venture. Because that material is going to be really worthwhile. Like perfect bricked in tiles. Because builder XP is probably not going to be easy to come by. I don't think it's going to be as hard to train as like armor maker necessarily. But it's going to be kind of like almost like alchemy, I feel like almost. Where you want to go and level it, but it's not cheap to level it basically. Like one of those in-betweens. Where there are ways to level it cheaper. But if you want good XP for it, you'd have to spend more. But I'll have to wait and see. I don't feel like builder XP is going to be cheap though. Probably cheaper than armor maker. But probably more expensive than a few other skills. Like definitely more expensive than Delver, that's for sure. Delver should be free other than your tool upgrades. I don't really foresee Delver having any costs associated with it at all. Aside from tools. That's another thing too. We don't know if Builder's going to get any tools. I would assume no, because so far no production skill has. It's pretty much only been gathering skills, but you never know. They could change things up. I feel like they're concerned to do it because the last time around, they made it way too broken. First thing that comes to mind is Stealing Creations, where they made a bunch of tools that give you like 2 times XP for a bunch of production skills. Basically making it so combined with 2 times XP weekends, you basically not only need to have all the Stealing Creation tools, but also had to wait for a double XP weekend to ever do them. And I think he's trying to avoid doing that again with all these smaller XP boosts and everything else. So I highly doubt we're ever going to get an XP boost to a production skill like that. Because that makes the meta for every production skill just get a super, super high tool first before you even touch the skill. The argument could be made all gathering skills are like that too, but it's not as required for gathering because you're not burning money. When you're upgrading a tool that saves you money, you're actually actively saving more money. Whereas when you're putting into something like gather, you're burning money. Because the skill itself, it doesn't actually have any upkeep costs at all. Whereas production skills do. So it's not like you're skipping a production cost when you're doing it for a gathering skill, but you are when you're doing it for a production skill. Which is probably why they have avoided doing it up to this point. And probably won't. But I don't know, we'll find out if Builder gets one. But I'm very doubtful it would. Because they're probably trying to avoid doing that like they did last time. Because it causes a lot of imbalances. The main one being, the meta just becomes, don't touch the skill until your tools are like all the way max. Like if Builder had it, and let's say it had 2 tools, the best strategy would be to get both the tools to like level 30 before you even touch a skill, maybe even level 50. Like, it would save you probably more money than to even train a skill like at 25. Might be more worthwhile just to train it to like 50 and then actually train the skill. Or, you know, get your tool to 50 and then train the skill. So I assume they won't do that, but we'll find out. Delver definitely will get tools, though. Given that how they're doing Obelisk now, they basically have to put a tool at least in every chapter now. Because the only purpose for tools right now is, or Obelisk right now, is to upgrade tools. Which I really hope they do something about Obelisk now. It's like one of those things that are like the main icon of the game, and it's like, oh yeah, those things are useless now. Like if a new player comes to the game and they ask, what are the purposes of Obelisk? It's like, oh yeah, nothing? Pretty much nothing, just upgrade your tools. Though you'll probably respec your class there. Unless you end up doing that on one of these new menus, like if they add one right here or something. But if nothing else, you might end up respecing your skill tree at an Obelisk. That's originally where you were going to do it. And they might still put it there. So that would give them some purpose at least, if you could respec your skill tree there. It would also make sense because quite a few obelisks are somewhat close to where you do combat. At least for chapter 2 and 4 they are. Like kind of en route for the main combat route for the area. Or literally in a combat room. Chapter 1s and 3 isn't as much like that though. But yeah, we'll see how long it takes before my master game plan changes again. I feel like every week the game plan for what we're going to do just keeps changing. Like every update they do, it's like, okay, time to hard pivot again. It's going to happen again, you know it. Like in 2 days or 3 days or sometime soon, they're going to release the new quest. And then it's going to do something we weren't expecting, and it's like, well, time to hard pivot into this. It's why I'm trying to prep with the ventures now. Just in case venture is one of them. I'm trying to prep for like every possible scenario. But I could still do a scenario that we did not anticipate at all. But slowly right now, regardless of what we're doing at any given time, our current end goal right now is to prep for Chapter 5. As that's the next major update. And honestly, probably the biggest update since launch. Because after these 2 new quests, that's what they last mentioned is slated to be next. This Chapter 5 release. Which does quite a few big things. Armor Maker, obviously. You can make armor finally. You don't have to worry about RNG from combat or having to buy it from Chronopolis. You can simply just make it yourself now. You're going to need an absurdly high level. Like, I need to get to 200 just to be able to go make our armor, pretty much. Which I guess that's not absurdly high. Because short-term goal, we're probably only going for 1,000 combat for now. I don't think I'm going to be partaking in any of the combat races initially. I do long-term want to get 2,500 combat. But for the same reason I didn't want to go too crazy on it before, still the same reason I kind of don't want to go too crazy on it now. And that is bossing. My main concern with bossing is we are going to max like 100 times over when bosses come out. So I'm concerned grinding on a bunch of like weaker enemies when we're already going to have to be grinding on bosses anyways. Like having a higher combat level might allow you to kill them quicker or something. But if you're at max combat and gaining 0 XP from them, that's not ideal. Even if you are killing them slightly quicker. Like, is something like 10 to 15% kill speed worth getting 0 XP per hour? Not counting knowledge. Is this a big issue with Russian combat now? is you might be ready for when bosses come out, but you might also be gaining like literally 0 XP the whole time. Which could be a bit problematic. Is if you want to go camp a boss for 20 hours, it's 20 hours of no XP other than knowledge. Oh, so I think we only have one more inventory of these, don't we? We're almost finally done. That means we're going to have to do the somewhat more AFK potion the rest of stream, probably. Because I think everything I have left in the bank is actually a small potion. Because if I want to go make the healing potions, I have 1k small healing potion. The 40% heals, which honestly are pretty good now. Before, these were like a 3% difference. So they have a little bit more of a difference between them now. I think this was like 32 and 35%. Now it's 40% and 45%. So it's 2% worse of a difference compared to before. However, when you account for how many you make per hour, you're making 80% healing for every amount of time it takes to make about 45% healing. So you're making almost double as much healing per hour. Even though each individual heal is 5% less. But I don't know, 40%'s a lot. It's not a small number. Like our healing potion right now is like 25%. So comparatively. Like the XP for Alchemy isn't the greatest, but the potion itself, honestly not that bad. You can make like 200 something of them per hour. And when bossing comes out, you're probably not going to need more than a few per kill. And the other potion that we can make is the 8% Hope Port. I'm not sure what I'm dumping 8% Hope Port on. To some degree, I almost want to do it while doing Fisher. Like when we do Puffer Eel. I'm considering using the 8% potions that we might make today. Either on stream or off stream. Because I might just finish the Fears on stream today. Which we have like 500 of. After we finish out these last few. But after that, I have about 1,000 of the 8% and also 1,000 of the 40% heals. Both of which I'm probably going to do slowly over time just because their XP rate isn't the greatest. There is one third potion we would also have to do, but I don't have the Forager level for it. We got to do about 1,300 to 1,500 10% Hope Ports. The only reason we're not doing that now is the rack, I believe, costs about 10 silver. And aside from not having enough money, we also can get it for free from doing Forager fishing later. Particularly at level 235 where we could do COD plus rack. And I think I'm going to COD rack all the way to all the potions we need for that. Which by the time we need to do that, it's probably around 1,400 of them. Maybe just 1,500 for good measure, just to be safe. But, yeah, we need at least 1,400. And COD rack is going to be the best way to get them, I think. Because Gnards are too far from a bank. COD rack is actually kind of worth banking. COD for cooking, rack for alchemy. You have to keep in mind, we got to do that COD for a while. If I'm not mistaken, that COD is this COD right here. Wrong skill. It's this one for this weaker COD and chips. But you got to do this thing for a while. If we go 5 forward, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You got to do it all the way until you unlock Omelet. That's a while. Like, we got to start doing it at 2 a week a chef, and we can't stop until we have the really good omelet to go start doing. That fills the entire dead zone as well. Because we're only stuck with veggie stew if we want to do something infinitely repeatable within that range. So it's going to be good to have about 1,000 of them. He's assuming we get an even amount of both, though I'm not sure if racks spawn quick enough to get an even number of both. That's the only problem. Because I believe I would be getting 2 times as many cods as I would rack, so maybe I'll just drop some of them to the ground, I'm not sure. Because otherwise, by the end of the grind, I would have 2,800 cod and only, however many of the rack. Oh no, we'll double check. The problem is we'd get too much cod if we cod racked all the way to 1,400 racks. I don't know, maybe that's not too many. It depends how much veggie stew we do if it's too many or not. Alright, is that the last of them, or do we have one more set? I'm pretty sure we have one more set left in here. Yep, one more set. Alright, perfect. I'll run them separately, though, just to make sure we don't over-encumber on knowledge. Or run one set, then go do the fear, then go do one set, then go camp fear until we finish the whole stack. Which means we'll probably do alchemy for about 3 more hours then today. Because that gets down all of our good potions. Then I could just do the bad potions off stream, because their EXP rate is so abysmal. Not like we're getting that much EXP right now. Gosh, this meter is barely moving. The struggle of every skill being post 200. Like, you look at your EXP meter and wait for it to tick up, and it's like, oh yeah, I didn't move. And then we get another EXP drop, and it's like, oh yeah, I didn't move. Then we get another XP drop, and oh yeah, I didn't move. But then somehow after hours, it's like, oh yeah, I did move. If you like stare at it, it doesn't even move at all. Maybe like 1 pixel every time. We need a higher DPI to even see the movement of this bar. I know, we're getting to you. Oh yeah, that's another thing we gotta start prepping for too. Since we're probably not doing much to prep for PvP, though we'll still try it out. Since we're not like overly prepping for PvP, we gotta prep for trading after Stonewall Hill. I'm not sure what exactly we do for that. Because my money's gonna be 0. We'll have a few supplies we want to sell out, but not much. I guess there's some potions we'd want to get rid of, like all these Arbores. I sold some of them before the update so we could buy 5% Mind Matubans with them. Because they sold for about 9 before the update, now they're like 10-ish. Before they were like 9 on the dot, now they're 9.6. But I consolidated them into 3 Mind Matuban potions each. Which now cost 9 each. So I consolidated a 9 silver potion into 3 9 silver potions, basically. In the current state of the game. So I actually sold out my entire 80 stack. But the 80 stack that I have now I'm going to keep for when trading comes out. And there'll be some Guardian out there who wants to buy these for 10 plus each. But then again, with the price hike, they need to be at least like 12 each, if not more. But we'll see what the market is. Honestly, the market's going to be pure chaos. I think that'll honestly be like one of the funnest days in this entire game. The 2 funnest days that are happening in the near future is, even though the first new quest will be kind of interesting, I don't think it's going to be like that over the top. But the 2 funnest days in the next few months, probably, or whenever they finally get all the updates in. Actually, there's 3 of them. The day we get skill tree plus special attacks would be the first one. The second one would be the day Chapter 5 comes out. Day 1, Chapter 5. And then the third one is honestly the pure chaos that is when trading releases. It's one of the reasons I even want to enable trading. Because it is going to just be hilarious how much no one knows how much anything is worth. There'll be people selling an item for 1 silver and other people selling the same item for like 20. It's going to be all over the place. Yes, I know. We gotta go spend the point. We're trying. Soon. Alright, let's go do the fear potion now, and then we'll finish the last 11. So I'm doing this like the slowest way possible. But there we go. Oh, I should have not drank that. Actually, no, this will be fine. Never mind. I forgot. These give away less knowledge compared to the other activity for it. This hopefully shouldn't push us over the edge. So I wonder what the restriction of Odd Chunk is. I've been seeing him so often. In like the early part of Farce area. As well as obviously chapter 1. I'm not sure if he has a video series or not. I feel like I see him like every day lately. I know a couple of people have done like chunk accounts for the game. The most extreme one I think is Missing Pier. Who literally has to do the highest everything in his chunk. Which means if he ever gets the keep place, he would have to get the 500 keep for everything ever. I think the funniest thing about that is he might make some exception for that eventually. Because if he gets the keep shop place, he would have to go get... oh wait, actually I think he has an exception for shops. So maybe he might not have to do the capes actually. Now that I think about it. Because otherwise he would have to get 2,500 combat off of just like a single enemy. Like just off a sparring guard, which would be really hilarious. Because that would take like over a year. If you were to do the entirety of 0 to 2,500 combat off of just a sparring guard, would be really, really, really funny. But that's such an unrealistic grind. Some people do some really crazy things for old school RuneScape. In that regard. Some people have already started doing it for Brighter Shores. I'm not sure why, though. As if the game isn't already grindy enough. Like, it makes sense to do it for RuneScape because the grind isn't that bad. Like, 99 all is not too horrifically bad. It takes forever, but it's, like, decently doable. But, you know, 500 all Brighter Shores, that is, like, already, like, a full-time job and a half. Like, if you played for 16 hours a day... as like a double full-time job every day, you still would not max within 2 years. Oops, I did not mean to drink a 5%. No, undo, undo, undo. 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 Alright, time to go check my cooking contract. Undo button, go. I'll be back. Good time to go check our contract, I guess. I hope they fix that at some point. I hate when I do that. Whoops. Ooh, Sentry. Ooh, Scrap Merchant. Anything here? Way too many of a number. Kind of. Oh, they're about to reset soon, too. No! Well, I gotta take this. It's too good to not take. We got a lot of scrap merchant. I guess we get rid of South Wall. Even though it's only one, I hate doing South Wall. Oh no, it's so easy to make, though. Big Sheen. I'm trying to see my number real quick. If I do that path, we got a 11, 18. Yeah, I can still do it. Ah, it's fine. We'll get rid of the annoying crab, I guess. Oh, so we gotta do our cooking contracts. That's a boy. Just gotta do the thing before they despawn on the ground. I also want to go finish our current category before we go and do some cooking. Because I want to finish our category of alchemy right now. Hey, can I drink my potion now? Come on. Come on. There we go. I hope when they do a equipable potion, they do some other reworks to alchemy. Or, you know, to potions in general. One of those being equipable potion. I mean, obviously equipable potion, but I mean auto repotting. But the other one being, I wish you could drink a potion, like, soon after already drinking one. Like, it makes sense to have a delay on it. But the delay should be the other way around. Like, after 15 seconds of drinking a potion, you should be able to drink one again. I said the other way around, where you can only drink in, like, the last 10 or 15 seconds of a potion. Should be the other way around, where there's, like, a 10 to 15 second buffer where you can't, but then after that you can. Like, if you wanted to change your potion right now, you should be able to. But currently you have to wait till all the way at the end. It's particularly annoying with fear potions, since they last so much longer as well. But XP potions are the one that normally comes up with the issue. Where you use, like, the wrong percent potion, but you can't override it with a different one. I'm checking the discussion on Brighter Shores Steam right now. Someone's asking why no pizza for chef. That's funny. True. That oven does look like you could put a pizza in it. It's one of those like pan ones. Instead you just put in like a chicken leek pie. Someone complaining that Brighter Shores is named Brighter Shores. That's pretty funny. And there's some people complaining that the capes got consolidated for the combat capes. Oh no. Though that is kind of unfortunate. I wonder whatever happened to Dragon Girl or whatever that one was called. I think that was her name. I wonder if they ever tried doing the chapter grind or just quit the game. I think it was Dragon Girl. I can't check. Does anyone know how to check legacy leaderboards? I still haven't figured out how to do that. Oh, show legacy. I found them. Never mind. I can find her easily now. How long has that been there? I have not noticed that button in the entire time. Alright, never mind. I could go find her. She's the second person. Oh, it's Dragon Girl. Nope, she quit the game. That's kind of funny, though. Yeah, she lost her cape and then quit. Based on that stat distribution. Or at least at bare minimum is not trying to regain the cape. It's hard to tell if that's actually quit stats, but it's definitely not trying to get 500 all Chronopolis stats. Though in all fairness, she was at like 20 at one point. She has done 22 merchant levels, 6 leatherworker levels, and I think the detective was already on there, so she didn't do any detective. But yeah, it looks like she quit. She rushed the 500 watch person, got her keep taken away, and then quit the game. Fair. It's pretty funny, though. Because obviously she doesn't want to do 500 merchant, leatherworker, and detective to go get the keep back. So sad, yeah. Yeah, it is pretty unfortunate, though. Like, you spend all this time rushing for this cape, be the second person to get it. Literally make, like, your whole account based on it. And then it's like, nope, we're taking it away. Unless you want to go train 3 skills to 500. There's one nice thing about going pretty even on anything. Even though we did get burned a little bit by not doing detective watch person a little bit more. Any kind of change that ever happens doesn't really affect us as much. Because we're so evenly spread. So we can never be truly overly impacted by any one update too negatively. As our time investment's pretty evenly spread across pretty much everything. Oh, so these are the final potions of this one, unfortunately. But we'll still run all the fear today. Which I think is like 2.5 hours of fear we gotta go run. You lost over 30 ranks on your combat merge. Close to being back to top 200 though. Nice, Stefan! Huge congrats. Yeah, everyone should have lost some amount of combat levels. Other than the 2 people that were nearly 500 all that now have 2,000 combat. Every single person other than those 2 should have lost like some amount of levels. Those 2 were like the only exceptions where they probably only lost like a level or 2. But everyone else should have lost about a few dozen. Like even my alt accounts, they were over level 600. I think both of them are like 360-ish right now. Like they both lost like 30, 40 levels. Because they had really, really low combat level. Like only like 20 to 40 in each chapter. Oh, she did some alch before the price hike? I don't know, what's really that much more expensive in Alchemy? Do you know what the most affected ones are at the higher level range? Because the next fear potion I gotta do is basically the same price it was before. There's the whole reason why we're doing tentacle mining. Because even before it was still that pricey. I don't know, did the mining potion go up? It might have. The 8 and 10% mining potion may have gone up in price, yes. I haven't actually checked to see. I just know that the fear potion that was from the mines is basically the same price it is now. I think it went up by a few percent, but it's like pretty trivial how much it went up by. Like we're talking like a few hundred copper each piece or something. Yeah, especially if you're keeping them. Though it might be selling when it comes to mine to Batubin potions. But selling via trading, not through Iron Man selling to shop method. Because you should pretty much never sell your 8 and 10% mining potions as an Iron Man. Unless you already have 500 all in mind to Batubin somehow. But I'm likely 500 alling and then when trading comes out, just selling them. In the player market. Because those things should go for a pretty nice penny. Honestly, I can't think of any potions that would go for more than 8 and 10% mining potions. Other than maybe Stonewall Hill potions early on. Not because they're expensive to make, but because people would still want it for their grinds. For all the people rushing 500s and everything. Who don't have 500 alchemy. And even if you do have 500 alchemy, you would eventually run out of 10 and 8% pots. You only make 10% pots for 10 levels. Like, that's not a long time. You only make it from 490 to 500. You can easily burn through all of those going for 500 all Stonewall Hill. Alright, we're officially in the fear section now. Time to get rid of our Arbores. How many do we have left after we sold all of them before the consolidation? We have... oh yeah, that's not too bad. We have 318 of them left. And I'm probably going to save them for trading. As much as I want to sell them now for almost 10 silver each, which is so nice. Like, this stack right here is almost 3 gold. I don't know, is 3 gold now better than... It really comes down to, is the money better now or later? As I can sell them now for almost 3 gold for the whole stack. But later, that stack is worth, like, 4 gold. Like, bare minimum when player trading comes out. But I don't know, the money now might just be more worthwhile. I was trying to think of what I would want to dump 3 gold into immediately. But I don't know, when you look at things like Leatherworker, I'd rather just do Merchant and then just do Leatherworker for like an hour and a half. And just keep the Arborite potions. Because I already sold half of them when we consolidated them into mining potions earlier. So I don't want to sell the other half, we'll keep the other half. Yeah, crafting got a lot of weird changes to it. I'm still not sure how I feel about the crafting changes. There's the only two things that feel really... Or actually, there's a couple things with the combat rework that feel weird. But the two biggest ones isn't necessarily even the combat itself. It's more so... Wait, numbers. How does that work? Okay, there we go. It's more so some of the things around it, like how they change crafting. Raid dens being completely dead content, stuff like that. But no, crafting, other than making a weapon upgrade, does not feel worth it in the current state of the game. Like, crafting in order to go sell it off, in order to get EXP from it, seems really bad value right now. Like, crafting for the sake of making a weapon upgrade is fine. But crafting for the sake of profit is really, really bad right now. Because they actually nerfed how much money you make from it. And trying to keep it about the same, they actually ended up substantially reducing the amount you make. Which is weird, because none of the betas were like that. Like, every beta, they kept nerfing it and nerfing it. And then by the time it hit the live game, it was worse than how it was before. In the first iteration of the beta, it was up to, like, 70% better at some level ranges. Then they made it about 10% better. And now in the current state, it's about 10% worse than it was. The main reason being is level scaling on it. You're barely losing anything at all, or even making the same amount if you're doing a low-level range. But if you're making something substantially higher than your weapon, you're losing a lot of value compared to before. So when we do go do smithing, stonemason, even dunking our bones for bone right and everything, I'm probably just going to be doing, what do you call it? I'd probably just be doing, like the dunking process, or, you know, smithing, etching, dunking, all that. I don't really plan to make much product out of them. I just save them for when trading comes out, I guess. Not to sell them, but to make items to order. Because I'm pretty sure there's going to be a mechanic in the game. And that'd be the good time to go and train it, the skill, I guess. Wait till trading's coming out. And just make items to order for people. I'll already have all the supplies banked ready to go. Like whoever needs a 3-star of a certain level or a 4-star of a certain level. You'll literally take someone order, make it for them over the course of like 2 minutes to an hour or so. Give them the weapon, trade them, get your money, repeat. I wonder how many people would be ordering items like that. Hopefully it'll be a good in-game chat system for it by then. Otherwise it'd be kind of annoying because you'd have to do it through Discord. Which I might finally have to start using Discord again, too. Because I'm pretty sure the official Discord for Brighter Swords will probably be pretty good for trading. I'm just hoping the in-game system is good for it, so you don't need to use a third-party system for it. But for that, they would have to change the in-game chat systems for that to work. Oh, so this potion is so chill compared to the other one. We hoping to have a GE kind of thing. Unless they change it, we are never getting a grand exchange in the game. The first wave of trading is going to be player to player and bank to bank around Chronopolis. But there's not going to be any kind of market system. But then there's going to be a second wave of a second wave of trading. They'll be adding an auction house. But there won't be a grand exchange system ever based on what they said so far. You'll probably still be able to go and set up a exchange for it, though. Like selling 1,000 whatever for X total amount in one big bulk. But it's going to be an auction house system rather than grand exchange. So the prices could be very volatile based on what people have as offers. Also, depending on how many offers you can keep in, some people are going to keep in like absurdly high offers in hopes that someone would eventually take it. Either for really good gear once they have enhancements and everything, or for big stacks of resources. Like if someone has like a 10,000 stack of a really needed resource, they might want to get a really above average price for it. Like 20% above the market or something. If it was like an absurdly big stack. But no, they're not going to be adding a grand exchange system based on what we currently know. It'll just be a bunch of auction house offers for various things. The main reason they have to do it this way, and why even if people want a grand exchange system, they likely won't be able to, or at least not for gear, is gear is a lot more unique compared to something like RuneScape or Old School RuneScape. There's like a billion different enhancements you'll be able to put on them later down the line. Even right now, gear has at least 20 variants. Armor has over multiple millions of variances. Like this armor piece that we have right now, I believe it has 6 individual 1 in 20 rolls for each one of these little stats here. Which means the exact plate body at this exact level range, not even counting like 1 level difference, but this exact level range already has like over 1 million different variants. And that's not counting the other 2,500 levels. So they kind of have to have an auction house system because there's so many unique items in the game. And even just weapons, there's 20 variants times 2,500 plus all 5 rarities. Or technically all 4 rarities, 5-star doesn't exist yet. So even if we just compare it to something like, that's very easy to see. Like this rapier right here. Actually, no, there's even more variants of that because then there's crafted and uncrafted. So how many variants of this rapier is there? So any one weapon, there's 20 different rolls you can get. 4 different rarities. Okay, let me do the math on this. I want to see this exact number. So this is why they're doing an auction house system. So this is before there's any enhancements on gears at all. So there's 4 rarities, so 4 times 20, because there's 20 different elemental rolls. So now we're at 80 different variances. We now have crafted and uncrafted, so that's times 2. I'm not sure if I should be doing this different order. If you're multiplying, I don't think it matters what order you do it in. So there's 2 different variances, so we times that by 2, as there's crafted and uncrafted, like a monster drop compared to crafted. And now, the only other thing I haven't done is 2,500 different levels. So 2,500. Oops, that's not the number I wanted. I've multiplied the wrong number to the wrong number. Wait. 160 times 2,500. So if I did math correctly, there is 400,000 variants of every different weapon in the game. Just for one weapon, just for rapier. There is 400,000 different variants of this rapier currently in the game right now, at this exact moment in time. And that's with no enhancements or anything either. That's just in the current state of the game. There's 400,000 versions of that rapier. And then there's 400,000 versions of this sword, and then that bow, and so on and so forth. And that's before enhancements or anything else. But that's why they're doing Auction House. There's just this rapier alone in the current state of the game has 400,000 different versions of it total. And that's just one weapon. Because obviously they can't have a grand exchange listing for 400,000 different items. That would not work out too well. It'd be interesting, because honestly, I haven't played a game with an auction house in a while. Actually, you know what the last game is that I played, which is so sad? Because I think that is the case. I think Neopets might actually legitimately be the last game I've played that had an auction house. Because Grand Exchange doesn't count in old school RuneScape or stuff like that. Because I don't really play auction house games. Normally if it has a system more like Grand Exchange is like in RuneScape. But yeah, I literally have not played a auction house game since Neopets. That's funny. Because I can't think of any. Because Grand Exchange like system doesn't count. Like where you post an item and it automatically is regulated by the market. These auction houses are generally a lot less regulated. Where you can have numbers that are way, 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 way lower and way, 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 way higher. But yeah, rip the OG MMOs. Did any of you guys ever play Neopets or Club Penguins? I feel like people around my age had to have tried it at least once. If you tried like old school RuneScape as well. Or, you know, OG RuneScape at the time. Obviously it wasn't old school back then. It was just RuneScape back then. I was like, hey, 4 levels to go, and we can finally do a passive activity. If we so choose. I'm not sure what I'm doing for passive right now. Currently, I've been doing Stonemason every night. Because I need to get to, one of our side goals right now is to get to 233 Stonemason. As I need that to make bolas, which I need to be able to use my andesite, which I need to be able to get smithing XP actively. As I actually have no way to actively train smithing until 233. Unless I want to go, like, buy material from a shop, which isn't worth it. Or mine something that's way too little XP. So we're basically knowledging it and passing it all the way to 233 before we can actually do the skill again. Is one of the reasons I was putting off Stonemason for a while. Is this 33 levels that could have gone into blacksmithing, but oh well. Once it does get there, we can start earning XP for it again. But yeah, I'm curious to see how the auction house system will work for Brighter Shores down the line. I hope you can put a lot of offers in, though. Because obviously it's going to have an offer limit, but I really hope it's like more than 10. Because the lower that number is, the less you could really do with it at any given time. Also, I am curious if there's ever going to be any hoarders in this game who try to get, like, the biggest stack of something. Like, some kind of really trivial resource that's hard to get. But someone just tries getting, like, 100,000 of them, and then eventually tries selling the entire stack on a market system and try to see if they can sell it in one bulk. Because that's something you have to do player to player in old school RuneScape if you want to do it. But if an auction house system doesn't have a cap on how many you can put into one offer, you can actually just leave an offer in. Like, let's say you have 100,000 of some really random resource that you want to collect, and you want to sell it to some other collector. You can simply just put it on the auction house for an absurd price, and wait for another collector to eventually pick it up. Offer slots unlocked with merchant level? Could you imagine? I don't believe they're going to make it tied to merchant. But if they do, merchant just became, like, the strongest skill in the entire game if you're playing non-Iron Man. That would actually be insane, though. If, like, every, I don't know, 20 levels you got, like, an extra slot or something. Or every 25 or whatever they want to do it at. I honestly wouldn't mind that. I feel like people would complain about it, though. But honestly, I wouldn't mind. If nothing else, one complaint that you can make about Merchant right now is that it technically doesn't do anything outside the chapter. Yes, it makes leather cheaper, which goes to chapter 5, which goes to every chapter. However, Merchant itself, similar to Detective, doesn't directly do anything outside the chapter. However, if you get more auction house slots, even though that is still technically in Chronopolis, that affects every chapter in the entire game very, very absurdly heavily. If having max merchant is like 2 times, 3 times, 4 times as many slots compared to not having it. That's a lot of benefit to every chapter in the entire game forever. So that could be a way to fix merchant. To some degree, merchant already does that pretty good. But merchant really only has chapter 5 synergy. Like, obviously in chapter, but then also to chapter 5. It does have a few other things here and there, but it's not as bad as like Detective, Fisher, or Chef. Like, all 3 of these do absolutely nothing outside their chapter right now. But Merchant is, like, halfway like that. Where all of its benefits only affects the chapter itself. But the things that it affects then affect other things that are outside the chapter. Isn't a weird in-between. So I wouldn't really say that Merchant doesn't affect other chapters at the moment. It's just less obvious than, like, a lot of other skills in that regard. Because Merchant mostly just makes things cheaper that are in other chapters. It doesn't actually necessarily directly help them. But I guess you can make that argument about everything. Like, if you get 500 woodcutting, all that's doing is just making Carpenter cheaper. So yeah, I guess it does. Okay. So it's just Detective, Fisherman, and Chef that don't do anything then. Outside their chapter. Yeah, you can buy alchemy supplies from Merchant for a cheaper price, which is kind of like using it as a gathering skill. You can also do passives for Merchant, which feed into alchemy as well. Similar to how you could do like Mind Fighter passive to feed into alchemy and so on and so forth. So it's mostly just Detective, Fisher, and Chef that don't really have that cross synergy then. But yeah, long story short, yeah, honestly, I wouldn't mind that. Oh no, we'll have to see how they do for the auction house. But auction house, from what we currently know, is not coming in the first wave of trading. It is subject to change, but the first wave is just going to be player-to-player trading and then bank-to-bank. But it's not until later that they're doing an auction house. Which means trading is going to be really annoying initially. Because to be able to trade in the initial state of the game, you got to actively find someone. Either directly in the game or indirectly through third-party resources. Like, there's nothing that you could do to automatically trade in the game when the trading first comes out. which means you're XP wasting whenever you're trading. It's gonna kind of be like the combat rework, honestly. Where after the first wave of the combat rework, like what we just had, the merger, it's not as good to do combat, but then after the second wave, it's really good to go do. I feel like trading's gonna be the same way. Where when trading first comes out, we'll mess around with it a little bit, just here and there. Get rid of our Iron Man status. But then after that, probably won't be touching it at all until they do the second wave of trading. Which is when you can actually start doing it passively and not XP waste the entire time. Because similar to how combat won't be good until skill tree and special attacks, trading won't be good until auction house. And it's not coming in the first wave of trading. At least based on current schedule that they mentioned in the past. Subject to change though, they might just do one mega update and do it all at once. But from what we currently know, they're doing a double divide like how combat is. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they start doing that for a lot of things, just to roll it out a little bit quicker. Do a double update for bigger updates rather than trying to get it all in once. Though the biggest all-in-once that is coming in the near future is the entirety of Chapter 5, I would say. Is the biggest update coming in probably the next half a year that's coming all in one update rather than being spread across multiple? But yeah, we're going to be at a weird impasse for Alchemy soon after today. And now I'll be at 229 to be able to go do the passive. But we won't be able to do it because I'm still doing Stonemason. And I think Stonemason takes priority. So after today, we're probably not doing Alchemy for quite a while. As we're kind of bottlenecked out of it until we go and finish out other passives at the moment. Is they're higher priority than the one we're currently doing. Like, higher alchemy is nice, but it's less immediately needed. Compared to better weapons. I don't know, how far are we really going on combat, though? That's the other thing, too. I still don't know if I'm going much beyond 1,000, initially. As much as I want to go for 2,000 and 2,500, it's just gonna take so long. Like, we're talking like a multi-month grind. We're not talking about like a 1 week, 2 week grind. Not even like a 1 month grind. Like, it could legit take 3 months from where we are right now. Maybe even 4. To go from 878 to 2,500. And the worst part is it coincides right with Stonewall Hill grind. Because you can't do both. You gotta choose. Do you want to do combat or do you want to do Stonewall Hill? It's impossible to do both. You can't both get 2,500 combat rushed, but also do like Stonewall Hills to like 200 all, 500 all. Well, 200 all maybe, 500 all not so much. Also, by the way, I will be keeping all these fear potions. I think I said, like, a long, long while back that we might be selling them in order to go do the, what fear were we going to use? I think we were just going to use the 9-minute fears or something. But ever since they rescaled the 9-minute fear potion from costing 1 silver to, like, 9 silver or whatever it was more viable to go sell all of them for, like, 7 point something silver than it was to bother, doing it the other way around. because the 9-minute fears became more expensive than the 6-minute fear. So it is actually better now, due to the potent pricing changes, to just keep every 12-minute fear and sell the 9 and 15 minutes. We were already going to sell the 15 minutes regardless. But now I sold all the 9s instead of all the 12s. Not only is 12 3-minute longer, but it's also cheaper. It sells for 1.5 silver less than a 9-minute. So I just simply sold all my 9 minutes, and now we keep all the 12-minute. That's your favorite part of the merge? Don't have to do combat for the skilling grind each chapter? Yeah, that is one thing that's nice. Is that you can directly go straight to, Actually, one thing that's kind of funny, you can actually set up your stripe to potentially be near it too. Especially if you ever get beta access to it publicly beforehand. Not sure if they're going to do that. Because if they do, we'll know what stripe we're in, and you can actually set up your combat to already be at that range. So not only could you do multi-skilling there, but you also don't have to do combat. You can just completely ignore combat. You could also do multi-skilling with it if you want, if you set it up correctly. I just set it up for the current stripe. And then the new stripe changes that would happen from the new chapter coming out. But yeah, you wouldn't have to do combat. Combat would not be required in any zone anymore when doing all the skilling grind. It's completely removed from skilling grinds now. You still can do it with it for multi-skilling XP, but it's not required anymore like it was before. Super initially, I don't think I'm going too much above 200 all for Stonewall Hill, though. I don't know, I'll have to see. I don't know, I just really like wide farming. We're, like, never gonna have a 500. Every time I get a plan, like, ooh, maybe we should go for some 500s. I'm like, you know what, let's just evenly distribute everywhere. Every time I have, like, the reminiscent of, oh yeah, let's get a 500 here, or here, or here. And then it's like, you know what, let's just evenly go across everything. Keep everything kind of even. Because even our next grind is going to be on our lowest level skill. And that grind helps our second lowest level skill. Which reminds me, Chef is our second lowest level skill. When did that happen? That reminds me, we should probably do some of the cooking contract soon. I think after this set, we'll go and do our cooking contracts a little then. Because I think we have a double trip we gotta go do. If I skip Scalf Wall, can I do it all in one go? 14, 18, 22. Yeah, I can do it all in one go. I just can't do the South Wall turn-in. But otherwise, we could turn everything in one single sweep. I'm running low on Bass, though. I might need to go buy an inventory of it. We don't need it anymore until 208, but we're not quite there yet. Unless all I do is go make some leek pies or something. I guess the next one that gets cut off. And then we lose lobster as soon as we get to stew. Which honestly, that array of options isn't too bad. Fried tiger ray, we get from fishing. We'll just have to bank like a few hundred more. Or a few thousand more. Well, not a thousand. I think we have like 130 banked. Probably want another like 500-ish. Oyster with lemon juice is good to go. This is the one that we get from our current venture. That one's super free. I had to spend for what we have now, but anything we get beyond that's going to be super free. We have enough to hold us over until then. Chicken Lake Pie, obviously we just gather and should be fine on. It depends how many we cash in for EXP, but even if we just keep 1,000, that should be fine. And then the only one we'd have to go out of our way to farm for is cotton chips. I believe the potato for this I have 1 billion of. The cod I have none of and cannot even fish yet, but we will in the future. That's when I want to go get my cod rack, which we need for our alchemy grind. I just cod rack it the whole time. Gotta get those double synergies in there where we can. Oh. Yeah, that's what's also stopping us from going too much higher on alchemy beyond 229. Well, than the passives. But also, I'm just missing a lot of the ingredients. Like the level to go get them. Oh, we're getting there. Slowly but surely. We will evenly distribute it on all of the levels. But I didn't realize this button has been here this whole time to show legacy button. Oh yeah, what did we finish on as legacy numbers? We're legacy rank 568 guard. We're legacy 243 scout. Legacy 207 minefighter and legacy 191 watch person. Interesting. Oh, so our highest rank for any skill is still smithing, by the way. Though we're way behind all the people with 500 mining. And there are multiple. It's just assumably half and half are going for smithing and half is going for stonemason. But they're still ahead of us, the ones that are going for smithing there. That's why we're likely never to get top 20 smithing. I don't think it's going to be a goal of ours. As much as we need it, I don't think it's worth going for. As I would want to do 500 mining first. Or, you know, do it alongside 500 mining. And 500 mining is like a over a month-long grind. Like, that is not a short grind. Especially since I would not be dumping any knowledge into mining while doing mining. It would all be dumped into, probably smithing or some other thing that's in the area. Like filling out the dead areas. Because what would likely happen is we do a bunch of mining. Dump that into, like, stonemason probably. Because I'll probably be more behind. Or into bone rate. Then, once we're to our next category, we go and smith everything. We then go do a bunch of mining. That will then be a stone. We then go and dump knowledge into that until it's ready. Then we do over a stone. And then we just rinse and repeat and keep going back and forth that way. And if we need even more knowledge beyond that, we either just keep mining or go to some activities in another chapter and just dump it into chapter 3. And or offset it by using the passive activities over time. And then at some point we would have 500 mining, smithing, and stonemason, then we just have to worry about bone rate. That's pretty easy to do. Worst comes to worst, you can just AFK bone rate the whole time. You also get a lot of free bone rate XP by doing Delver and Gatherer. As Delver should bank nearly as much XP as Gatherer does for bone rate. If you're only dunking them. It probably banks less if you process them into an item. Because the final step of whatever you use for that is for Delver should be for Armor Maker as the final step. Not for bone rate. But you'll likely still have to dunk the bones to get your armor pieces for it. So when it comes to dunking, both Gatherer and Delver should bank a roughly similar amount of bone rate XP. If the only thing you're doing is dunking them. Gatherer banks more if you're making them into weapons though. Or shields or whatever you're doing with them. As the final result for the other one should be Armor Maker XP, not Bone Rate XP. Even though you get some Bone Rate XP along the way. So I'm not too worried about that. Because if we use Miner and Offset Knowledge to get 500 here, just getting Gather and Delver up to 400 something Should help Bone Right get to similar. If not max, since we just, you know, passive the rest, knowledge the rest. Alright, let me go do the cooking contract real quick. I didn't say we had exactly 22 inventory for this. I think we're somewhere around there. 7, 11, 13, 14, 21. Oh, good. I have enough inventory then. Perfect. Alright, is there anything I need to buy? Not really. Other than just an inventory or something. Give me that lemon juice. Oh, I got another century. No, that's fine. As long as I get back in time to go grab it and everything. I do want that, though. Alright, well, let's go do our dish, then. Alright, let's do it based on number of items required. And do it in number of item required order. Wrong item. Wrong item again. Alright, and then the only other thing we need is everything for oyster. Yeah, it should be everything. You missed just locking yourself into Chronopolis. The other chapters being so wide, farmy. You got too much to do. Yeah, Chronopolis is pretty self-contained compared to every other chapter. It's why our level distribution is so even. Because let's say you want to make a 4-star weapon. And armor. You're training. Gatherer, woodcutting, carpenter, bonewright, miner, blacksmith, stonemason, merchant, leatherworker, delver, and armor maker. That's just to make your gear. That's before they add enhancing or anything else like that too. That's just what's currently in the game or soon to be in the game. And it's just to make your weapon and armor. Like, it just hit like 4 of the 5 chapters and almost every skill in them. What do I need? Is the rest literally just bass? Wait, is the rest literally just all bass? Okay, I need to go get more to drop the bass. I'm actually running low. I still need these to level 208. Let me guess, these things cost like 10 silver each, don't they? They're gonna cost so much that I want to just go fish them or something. That is so expensive if they're 10 each. Especially since we're losing money on like every contract here. Like this is minus 30, this is minus 10. This is minus 20. I don't know, let me go check what the price is. The way to get around that though is I need to go, maybe I should pivot the pivot of the pivot and go focus on 208 chef soon with the leek pies I have banked. Because I think it might be really worthwhile to go from 202 cooking to 208 so I don't have to do drop the bass. We need to drop the bass from our current 5. I still can't believe they named it drop the bass. But drop the bass is really expensive. Especially after the price hike. Can we go from Big Sheen to Century with 1 potion? I feel like the answer is yes, but I'm not sure if I should chance it or not. Because I don't have a backup 10%. I think we'll try it, though. I'm actually not sure. Oh, there's missing pier. Alright, let me see how bad the drop the bass is. 10 silver each! 10. Anyways, tomorrow's goal is to get 208 chef. Gosh, forget about doing the alchemy bank right now. We need 208 chef. Wow. Those things went up like 2 silver each. I'm pretty sure I bought them for like 7-ish. And now they're like 10 each. That is so pricey. Honestly, I almost wanted to just go fish them. Like, they're worse than what I could be doing, but gosh, not that much. Let me go check. Wait. I want to check the fisher thing. How much worse are they? These, I might legitimately have to do them for like an hour. No, I want fisherman. Oh, fine, bass. No, I need to go to fisher so I can actually see what the XP rate is. Alright, let me check. How much worse is it? You gotta keep in mind the spear upgrade though. Which whatever this number is will not put into account. Yeah, it's too much more. But the extra 25% and everything else is just way too much more XP. Oddly enough, bank time though. When accounting for banking, it's not horrifically bad, I guess. How many can you catch per hour? It looks like you can get about 300 an hour. How much money is that? It's like 3 gold an hour. It's better than doing leatherworker right now. Yeah, I think we do it then. I gotta do like 1 hour of drop the bass. Anyways, what we're doing? Oh yeah, we're on a speed run to try to turn all these in. Are we gonna try it? This is probably a really bad idea, but we're going for it. I really shouldn't do this though. Because I have no clue if you can make it to century in time. We're about to find out. I feel like we won't. And if we do, it's going to be so tight. I'll give it a shot and see what happens. If nothing else, at least we don't have to go on the ladder. I could have sworn I've done from Little Lucy to Scrap Merchant to there before. And Sheen is even closer than that. Alright, we're fine. We got plenty of time. There's no way we don't make it there in a minute. There's so much time, I might even go pick up the alchemy supplies across the way. Speaking of which. Chef? No. I think what we're going to do is just do 1 hour of drop the bass. When accounting for banking time compared to banking mana rays, they're not like horrifically bad. They're horrifically bad compared to dropping mana rays. But when it comes to banking, honestly, they're almost about the same XP rate. If you're banking mana rays compared to drop the bass. Oh, you know what? Maybe we don't have enough time. Okay, let me not take these other plants just in case. I don't want to chance it. As juicy as those 3 little extra XP drops are. We're actually a little tight on time here. I don't know, maybe we had enough time. I don't want to chance it though. I just realized there's only 6. I don't have 7. Oh! I think it's the first time this ever happened. Oh no! Alright, there is one upside to this. Oh, that's really funny. I've never had that happen before. I thought full inventory was exactly enough, but it was one off. Oh no. Yeah, you can partial complete any thing. You can actually do this for bounties as well. For merchant. You should never do them that way. But you could. Oh no. Oh no. What have we done? The only upside to this is we had another sentry task anyway, so... Well, I guess we go there now. Mistakes have been made. Alright, the only upside to this is we have to go there anyways. To go turn in the 5 mana ray thing. Alright, what am I looking for? I'm looking for, what am I looking for? Oh yeah, Tiger Ray and 1 singular bass. Oh yeah, I need to go dump these in. So I need 1 bass. And 5 mana ray. What do I have left? I forgot, I actually banked a couple when I was doing them earlier. Remember earlier when I said I was AFKing them last night? I then banked 22 of them. They're like 9 point something silver each, about the same as drop the bass. Which is actually weird, because they're actually harder to bank than drop the bass. You drop the bass is worth more. I'm not sure why. They made a lot of the co-op things cost more for some reason. They really want people to do co-op. I'm just going to use a 5% now. By the time I even go grab the other potion, it's not going to be worth it. A little unfortunate, but it's fine. I still can't believe I did that, though. That is the first time that has ever happened. Where I didn't bring enough of an item. But yeah, that dropped the price. That dropped the bass price is crazy. How much is the next cod? Yeah, wow. We are banking every last one of them. They're worth 10 silver each. To go along with our other 10 silver rack while we do it. Those are a little bit harder to bank, though. Is the only problem with doing cod compared to bass. Like, bass isn't as bad because it's, like, right there. The other one's 2 whole rooms further. For the exact same price, pretty much. Which, that's one thing. There's a lot of things with the new price scaling that doesn't seem right, and that's definitely one of them. It feels like they should have made it better than that. Like, our current tier of bass and our next tier of cod are basically the exact same price, despite cod being 2 rooms further. The thing that is 2 rooms further and requires a higher level is only like 300 silver more. I mean, sorry, 300 copper more. Like 0.3 silver. Like, yeah, it's more, but it's not worth more than the distance. Like, that thing should be like comparatively 11 or 12 or something. Not like 0.3 higher. Alright, do we have everything this time? Watch, I somehow have like 1, 2 little mana ray or something. We should be fine now. Now we'll go back to the alchemy grind. I want to finish all the fear potions this stream. Also, I might do the 1 hour of drop the bass on stream. Actually, hey, does anyone want to do, actually, I didn't think about that. Is anyone around 191 fishing want to do co-op drop the bass while banking all of them? I highly doubt that. But hey, if anyone wants to do an hour of efficient drop the bass, but banking them instead of dropping them, let me know. At specifically level 191 is the problem. Because getting people at the exact same level is hard to do. Because I think it's like 10-20% more XP per hour doing it that way. It's about 10%. It's nothing crazy, but hey, that's basically a perpetual 10% potion. On top of the potion we already have drank. Yeah, that's the biggest issue with co-op right now. It is so hard to find a co-op partner at your exact level range. There's a lot of things that's wrong with co-op right now, but that's probably the biggest one. Is I don't believe you can mix and match co-op options. Like, I think everyone has to be... I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong on that. But I'm pretty sure everyone has to be at the same co-op level. So, for example, I can't do, like, a 191 co-op with someone doing a 28 co-op. I don't believe it gives both of us the correct resource. Though, in all fairness, I haven't actually tried. So maybe it does. I just always assumed you had to be at the same level. I'm like 90% certain you both have to be at the same level of range for the exact same node. Something they should probably fix in the future if it is like that. Because if it's not already, they should definitely make it so you can co-op for any level range. So if we're at like 191, we should be able to co-op with someone who's at 28. But also able to co-op with someone who's at like, you know, if we're doing COD, like 454. I just realized, is that the final bass? Is drop the bass the final bass? I didn't even think about that just now. I never noticed that. Is there not another bass? Oh, no. 349 is the final bass. Because I was looking down that list, it's like, where's the bass? But, yeah, 349 is the highest tier one. Despite there being 2 CODs higher. Same thing actually happened with cooking when it comes to Forager compared to Gatherer. Due to the fish and chips, there's actually a need for a whole extra potato compared to how many leeks you need. As the final leek is only at 320. But the final potato, because there's a whole extra potato, is all the way at level 433. The second to last potato is around the level range of where the last leek is. But because there's not a final leek, you only get the final one at 320 rather than like 400 something. It seems the same way to be with cod and bass. Because cod has a whole extra dish due to cod and chips. The same reason why potato has an extra potato. Which also makes it so there's one less bass. So it's kind of funny on our current poll this stream. Are you in an area that set clock forward 1 hour today for daylight savings time? It's at around 2/3 of people saying yes compared to 1/3 no. And I find that funny because based on our demographics on the channel, that's about exactly correct. Based on areas that likely would have shifted by an hour. That's funny. Well, YouTube demographics are correct then. Yeah, I know at some points in the world it's different at different times of the year. But over the course of like a month or two, like most areas I think end up shifting. I can't remember everywhere that does it at the same time as America. Or is it just America around that time? It might be slightly different. Because I'm not sure if Canada does it at the same time or not. Or Mexico. Even though we're in the same time zone, I'm not sure if they do it in the same time. I feel like they would kind of have to be aligned with where America's time is. Otherwise, that'd be very confusing if we were in the same time zone, but off by an hour because it was in a different setback of an hour. So I assume most of Mexico and Canada would have to do it around the same time. Otherwise, that would get really confusing if you're in the same time zone, but off by an hour despite being in the same time zone. I'm surprised there's not more people running the machine right now. I don't think I've ever seen only one person on it. Guess everyone's going for the chiller route today. Which is pretty much all we have banked. I don't think we have a single potent potion left in our bank now that I think about it. Like, if I go check every category... Oh, no, this is potent. The fear for the upcoming potion is. But aside from that we already have pre-banked from before the merge and everything. This is not potent. This is normal potion, normal potion... Normal potion. This one is potent, but you can't use it to like 400 something. 412. Oh yeah, these are potent. But again, we're missing the thing. Like everything that's potent here, we can't use yet. Like this is potent, but we can't do it until like 238 or whatever it was. Plus we need to go buy a bunch of the here. These are potent, but you can't use it till 412. These are potent, but I need my forager to be 209 and go do a bunch of cod into rack. These are normal. These are normal. These are normal. So yeah, mostly normal potions. The only potent that we really have to do in the near future is the fear then. And there is another one coming up, but we don't have it yet, and that is the Cryonate plus 80, the frost potion thingy. At 277, but I have none of that banked yet. We get the clovers for it at 224, and then the other part at later. I gotta be careful though, because if clovers are in alphabetical order, is one of the reasons why I'm clearing it as bank 2. If you're wondering why are we out of nowhere seemingly going for alchemy, I like to be able to have what we need all the way at the top. And the current thing we need are these. The other thing was all the way at the top before. These, of course, will be at the top once we do Fear Potion. But the problem is, if I go a little bit further on Gather, we're going to get Clover. And I am pretty sure Clover is going to be under the C category. Which means it's going to be blocking my bank. Yep, it would be blocking my bank. It would be the highest thing in our entire bank. Right above these little fear thingies. So it'd be right above this, all the way at the top. Which means I wouldn't be able to go get to my dandelions right now. Otherwise, I'd have to click this every single time to be able to get there. Whereas now I could just do this, boom, and then do this, boom, and just get them both. But, yeah, that's one of the reasons why we're doing this as well. Is we get blocked out of Alchemy after Clover. So I gotta basically run everything that's in my bank right now to be able to go get Clovers. So that's pretty much what we're doing. Maybe not all right now, I just want to finish the Fears today. But that's kind of why we hard pivoted to Alchemy all of a sudden. Because we kind of have to if we ever want to get Gather up again. Otherwise our Clover blocks our bank to be able to do Alchemy quickly. It's the same reason why we got rid of those 10 golden apples and we're leaving a bunch on the ground. Even though they were worth 27 silver each and only sold for like 4. They were A alphabetically, so they would have blocked us too much. Like forever on everything. So it wasn't worth keeping for how little value it was. It was only like half a gold worth. But it's way better to have quicker access to our bank. One, the benefit of people who drop everything on the ground. You don't really have a cluttered bank. It's actually really good for Alchemy. As you generally want at least one or two ingredients immediately clickable. It's fine if both of them are, because some of them alphabetically is impossible for both of them to even be. Unless you have literally nothing in your bank. But as long as one of your two ingredients are right at the top, it's fine. The problem is when neither of them are. But yeah, I'm still really considering. I was somewhat joking, but also very serious, that we should honestly go do a 1 hour of Bass. It's about the same XP rate than if we were banking Dovray. And we only have to do it for an hour to basically have infinite of them. Probably even less. We'll get like 300 something in that time. And that should last us all the way to 208 Chef for any bounty we ever get up until that point. Your Alchemy bank is a mess, yeah. There's some things I can't clean out until trading comes out. A lot of it I actually don't want to sell. I want to trade it over to my alts for when they eventually do the pre-200 Alchemy grind. But there's some stuff that isn't worth dropping on the ground, but also isn't worth, like, there's some things in that bank that isn't worth selling in the current way that selling is done. But also is 0 value if you drop it on the ground. So I kind of just have to wait until we could trade it over to our alt accounts later. Once trading comes out. That's the only time we'll have a truly clean Alchemy bank. There's just some things in the weird in between where it's not worth getting rid of, but it's also not worth making into a potion, basically. Where it's too valuable to just scrap, but it is too little XP to bother making a potion out of it. But our other two accounts that still need to do the entire Alchemy grind, they'd be really good for. Saving them a lot of money on that grind. As I do plan to eventually get them to 500 probably. so that they can get all the juicy AFK potions if we ever need them. Is there some really, really good ones that we might want to camp for a while? As well as just in their progression that they could be getting and sending to our main account. Oh yeah, that reminds me. How much more expensive is the +4 boost potion? I didn't even think about that till now. I never checked that earlier. Because, of course, we made all of ours beforehand. All 188 of them. I wonder how much more expensive it is. I think I spent like 32 silver each, I want to say. I think it was like 12-ish and 20-ish. I think were the two items, somewhere around there. I think it was around like 30, 32 silver. I forget the exact number. But I'm curious how much they are now. If they've even gone up at all. I could check. Alright, time to check the wiki. That's not the right wiki. Oh, this is the right wiki. Wrong page of the wiki. +4 boost potion. How much are they now? Yeah, this is 20, and then the other... Oh, they didn't go up at all. And then this should be like 14-ish or whatever it was. 17? Oh no, was that what it was before? It might be. Yeah, 37.6, that sounds about right. Yeah, I don't think the price changed, or if it did, it was very small amount. Yeah, they're 37.6. I'm not sure how long I would keep my alts making that potion. But it is one of the strongest, if not the strongest potion in the entire game. At least as far as passive potions, but honestly, even just potions, period. It might just be the strongest one. It allows you to do passive activities 4 levels earlier. And the XP rate for doing that at many level ranges is really, really, really good. Assuming you're like passive spamming a skill. Like, does that show like the XP difference between like one single passive? I don't think I ever really showed why it's so good. Like, look at the XP difference between most of these here. It's pretty much like a 10% every time. And obviously there are jumps that are better than others for various skills. Either because it requires less money to go do, or has a better resource that you get at the end of it. But it's roughly a 10% increase every time. So it's basically like using a 10% potion. Despite being way, 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 way absurdly cheaper than a 10% potion. And it stacks with XP pots as well. So you can still be using a 5%, you can still be using a 10%, an 8%, or whatever else. So not only is it a super cheap 10% potion, but you can also use it to get to better activities if it's a bad activity. Like one that burns money compared to one that makes money. There's a lot of weird use cases for it. It's really good. So hello, Isabel. Welcome, welcome. Hope you've been having a good morning. How's the 1 hour shift affected you? Because honestly, I've been so tired today. I was mentioning that at the beginning of the stream. Like, we slept for like 10 hours, and honestly, I felt like I need to sleep for another 10 hours this morning. Still do, honestly. Which is why we're probably going to be ending at just the fear potion today here. I'm not sure what it is about a 1 hour shift, but I feel like I lost like an entire day from losing 1 hour. There's something else that you could do too. Like one of the other good use cases for a passive potion is like whenever you're at like an area like this, for example, like let's say we really wanted free carpentry XP. Not only does this one profit compared to this one not profiting, but it's also about a 10% XP increase compared to the previous one. So you'd be able to do it as low as 220 and start getting the better XP rate the entire time. Yeah, something we'll mess around with a lot. I'm not sure if I'm going to bother setting my alts up to do that, though. It really comes down to what the market price is for +4 boost potion. Because based on where the other potions are priced, they should be over 100 silver each, but they only cost 32 silver to make, or 37, whatever we just went over. I think it was 38. It was like 37.6, so basically 38. And it's after the little mini price hike as well. I'm not sure if it got affected by it. Because that is really cheap for a 10% bonus. Obviously, you can only use that at certain level ranges, but in those level ranges is really good. There are a lot of level ranges where it does literally nothing. Hey, that's something else I wanted to go check. We were talking about old school RuneScape the other day, and if we would come back to it anytime soon. I wanted to double check. When were they doing Voldemort Part 3? Because I think that's the thing I come back for. Because right now we don't have membership, and we're just like AFKing and free to play right now. Where's their roadmap? They posted like a big mega roadmap. Where's the big image? Why do you have it divided like this? Where's the image of it? Wait, did they not update the roadmap for this year? They literally posted it, but didn't update it. Wonderful. They forgot to update it on their website. Or at least not on the page that I'm looking at. That's kind of funny. Okay, I think I know another way of getting there, though. But they forgot to put it on the roadmap page. Literally, the roadmap page for the game is not updated with the current roadmap. Despite them just literally posting one like a week ago. Where is it? Why is it not anywhere on your website? Why do I have to check like a third-party website to even find this? There it is. Gosh, the wiki is more useful than the actual website for the game. Alright, yeah, it just says summer. Yeah, the only thing they're doing right now is the alpha for sailing, which I don't care about. I'll wait till it comes out in autumn. Then they're doing some endgame boss that we'll die to on our hardcore Iron Man, so we're gonna ignore that. Then in summer they're doing Voldemort Part 2. I mean Part 3. It just says summer though. I don't know, when does summer start? July? June? Summer's around there. So yeah, we'll stay free to play for like another 3 months then. That'll work out. You know when we'll probably go and redo it? After I probably go see family around like June or July. I think after that we'll start up RuneScape again. And see how long it takes till we kill our hardcore. At least playing in the background anyways. Not sure if we'll be doing a lot of streams or anything for it. I'm not sure why. Old School RuneScape is one of those games where whenever I've ever posted any video for it, it either does horrifically bad, or the algorithm picks it up and blows it up. And there's no in between. Like, literally no in between. Like, literally a couple hundred views, or like 5-6 digit number. Literally nothing in between, pretty much. I'm not sure why. It's one of those games where if algorithm doesn't pick you up, you just don't exist. Because there's just so much content already for the game. Or something like Brighter Shores, you can cover probably anything and it'll probably be seen to some degree. Because there's so little content for the game. You can cover pretty much anything for Brighter Shores, and you know, the Brighter Shores community will eventually pick up on it exists. There's just only so little content out there right now. That's the biggest issue with more concentrated games in general, though. Is it's hard to get past, like, that initial line of figuring out that you exist. Compared to smaller games where you can do pretty much anything, and it's like, oh yeah, there it is. Up, wrong dish. But honestly, this might be something that we pull this summer. If we do get back into RuneScape this summer. If we should do our max hardcore, make a new hardcore, or make just like a general main account. Or even try RuneScape 3. I'm not sure exactly what we'll do for the poll. But it'll have several options. Because I do kind of want to get back into RuneScape again at some point. I was not sure what I want to do when we go back. Like, do we start fresh? If we do start fresh, which game do we start in? Because if we start fresh, there's basically three things I would either do. A normal Iron Man in RuneScape 3. Or a new hardcore in Old School. Or a main account in Old School. Because I've never actually bothered making a main before. It's actually something I've never done in the entire, like, 20-something years of RuneScape existing. I've never just made a normal main account. There's always some kind of weird pure build. I've never just simply played the game. There's always been some kind of weird PvP build, or defense pure build, or Iron Man mode. I've literally never played a main in the 20-something years we've been doing RuneScape. It's one of the other reasons why I kind of want to make this Brighter Shores account to enable trading once it does come out. For one, we already would have done Iron Man mode for like 2,000 hours by then. But on top of that, I don't know, in games like this, I generally never make like a main account initially. Even now, we're technically still an Iron Man, but that's by force because there's no other option. But in games like this, I normally do go down like one of the other routes. I never just make like a normal account. And this account on Brighter Shores is definitely just going to be a normal account. It isn't currently because there's no other option, but it will be eventually. Hey, how many more of these do we have? Based on how many are in my inventory right now, I would guess around, oh, probably another 250, actually. Because wasn't it like 500 something? Can't remember when I last banked them, though. So it could actually be less than that. Oh, about to find out. Oh yeah, I should probably go do our chef thing real quick as well. I mostly just need to check the bounty board. I don't need to actually cook anything, though. Right, let me go check. How many do I have left? Yep, that's what I thought. Around 250-ish, slightly lower. Perfect. Alright, that means we gotta do a little over an hour of them then. That's perfectly fine. Let me go grab our lemon juice. Also, the main reason I keep doing lemon juice is it's only a one-item thing for something we currently need for all of our oysters eventually. There are a few others that are like that, like stock and the jelly. But we currently don't need any of them at our level range, whereas we do need this. Why? Why would you do this? I'll go make it real quick, I guess. This one is still free, I might as well just turn it in now. Only problem is it will over encumber my knowledge, but it's fine. Or maybe it won't. Honestly, it's so close it might not even give me the full point. Like give me like 4% just because it's so close. But the only reason I'm doing this is it's like 1 inch away. And it's only wanted 1. So they're literally just shop next to the alchemy place. Their walls are nearly touching. Should I about how close my house is to the next house, by the way? If you ever hear random noise nearby or something. The reason why is this is how close my house is to the house right next to me. Look at that, 199. But like this distance right here is pretty much my house wall compared to the house next to me wall. I think mine's a little bit wider than that, but it's pretty comparable. Oh, is this gonna be enough? Let's do some math. Yes, it will. Oh, but I might not be able to get them quick enough. Alright, maybe it won't be. It's gonna be close. I still need to go get the whole next batch. I think we can get it. What I'm trying to do is get a level before I use the point so we get a little bit more XP. It's not too big a deal, but you know, a little bit extra XP is better than not a little bit more. Also, I find it interesting that they have extra text here to say like how competent you are in a skill. This is expert here. I wonder what all the categories are for the naming conventions. Yeah, there's something else too. You know, I'm just gonna use it now. I wonder if this game's ever gonna get titles. I'm pretty average when it comes to titles in games, like those title cards that you can do for achievements. I feel like I don't really utilize them that much in any game that has them. They're not as cool to show off compared to, like, gear or other things. Oddly enough, I believe RuneScape 3 does have them. I don't think Old School does. And I have played a couple games that do have it otherwise. But in every single one of those games, I feel like they were kind of always irrelevant. Because that's exactly what I think of when I see, like, Adapt 3 or Expert for Alchemy or something. They just feel kind of pointless in most games, though. Also nice, 69. 4,069. Everyone, stop gaining levels. Well, Umbi's doing that pretty well. Everyone else, stop gaining levels. You're moving too quick. I can't move up if everyone's moving up. I think the Unbi's the only one there that seems to have quit. He's just doing dailies. Which is kind of surprising because I thought he was pretty dedicated to the game for a while. Unless he's just waiting for some updates or something. I know he's covered a couple of videos. I think he was live streaming too on Twitch. At least some. Not sure if he was doing it every day, but he was doing it some. So far we've done it every day except the few days where the floor is being redone from hurricane damage. Or past hurricane damage, not recent hurricane damage. From several years ago. I say, what's Gino working on? Oh, I forgot. You have to... I hate that so much. They actually changed this in the update. You actually have to break your action to click compare here. And it'll stop whatever action you're doing to be able to click on something. As I say, I'm going to check on Chino to see what he's currently grinding, but guess not. There was actually one downgrade that they did in the most recent patch. Before you could click on it, it would just bring you there, but now it'll actually interrupt your action. There's something they gotta fix with a lot of menus. There's a lot of buttons like this when there's like a sub-menu that will cancel whatever action you're currently doing in the actual game. Despite the menu having nothing to do with your current action. There we go. 3 levels to go. We're not going to get it today, but 3 levels to go. We'll get closer. We're not going to get there all the way, though. Let me double check. How many does Alchemy say we can normally do per hour? I think it was 200 something it normally says. Oh, I just realized we could actually do more than that. I think that accounts for buying it from the shop. Active brewing. You can make 227 standard potions can be made per hour. Is that counting bank time or not bank time? Potions made at a standard potion station, profit values, blah, blah, blah. The hourly rates assume that for every inventory of 12 potions, 40 seconds is spent on buying new reagents, moving between Stations and selling potions. This allows for... Oh, okay. So yeah, you can do almost like 250 an hour then. What how many you can actually do per hour? I never actually bothered checking it then. Because generally we already have all of our stuff pre-banked. But yeah, those wiki numbers assume you're buying, but we don't need to buy. It's also assuming 12. Instead of 11. The main reason I do 11 is just more AFK. It does save you a few tiles, but not many. Because it saves 3 tiles of having to double this twice. In the case of the other action, it saves 4 tiles of having to go there twice. But you also get penalized from the amount of time of picking your items back, so it's pretty time neutral, I believe. Even though you save 3 tiles doing this method, you have to spend time picking them back up and dropping them. It's more so out of the convenience of how much more AFK it is. But it's pretty much time neutral. But it works better with potting. And it's also way more AFK when doing this step. By double the amount of time. And we love our AFK time. Good water break. But yeah, I was somewhat kidding earlier, but I'm actually not kidding. I think off stream, I'm going to AFK drop the bass. And instead of dropping them, we're going to bank them for like an hour. Because it's about 3 gold an hour to bank them. And how much money you save. It's actually insane how much money you make compared to buying them from the shop. After the price hike. Like, it was already somewhat worth it before because I think they were like 7 or 8. But now that they're like 9 point something, almost 10 each. We're definitely banking them all. It's also not horrible XP at our level range. It's worse than dropping mana rays, but basically the same as if we banked mana ray. And mana rays are actually worth less than them as well, for some reason. Despite being like a billion miles longer away. Like it's like over double the distance away from the bank, yet they're actually worth less than the drop the bass. I assume the drop the bass is just so much because it's co-op related. To try to encourage people to actually do the co-op activity. U-logs are actually the exact same way. U-logs are worth more than any other log in, you know, just in the chapter in general. And the same for the co-op fish. And U-logs are, of course, co-op woodcutting. They really wanted people to engage with that co-op mechanic that no one engages with. Hopefully it'll be meaningful co-op in the future and similar things, though. The premise of what they're trying to do is good for it. It's just not practical. Oh yeah, is anyone having a 500 alchemy party today? Let's see. Jimmy's about 4 levels away. He's probably making money for it right now. If either of them do, they're both like 4, 5, 6 hours away. And I will not be streaming then. I was wondering if there'd just be like a random party that starts happening in this room at some point. But no, they're all too far away. The earliest one is like 5 hours away. It does mean after later today or early tomorrow, the Alchemy leaderboard would be filled completely. Because the final 2 people can likely finish it late today. I did see some people complaining about that earlier, but honestly, I've never really cared about leaderboard too much, so it hasn't really fazed me. But almost every top leaderboard page has been completely taken over to the point where it's impossible to get a rank. Like if we go check Chef, for example, it's all 500. So on and so forth. Like, there's a lot of pages that are like that, and Alchemy's joining them as of today. And skills that are impossible to get top page on. I still really wish they would extend the XP for every skill, though. Because they did it for combat, why can't they do it for everything else? Like, obviously don't add new activities beyond 500, or whatever it currently caps at. Like, most of them cap at like 490-ish. But, you know, you can still add an XP tracker. You did it for combat. I guess one of the biggest things that probably bothers me about 500s is just not gaining any more XP anymore. Like every 500 is when you should stop a skill rather than start doing it. And I feel like the incentive system is kind of wrong there. Like you would think after maxing a skill, it's like, oh yeah, that's when you should start doing the skill then. Because it'd be really profitable and everything. But in the current state of the game, it's the exact moment where you stop doing it forever. I assume that'd be adjusted in the future, though. Oh, that's so cute. I haven't seen anyone wear the 50 cape yet. Or whatever this one is. Oh, that is so adorable. Someone's wearing the copper combat cape. Oh, it's so cute. Not this one, the other guy over there. Well, that's hilarious. I do have to say, the final versions of these look really, really clean. Particularly the 2500 one. But yeah, it's gonna be sad when we run out of these because I'm not sure what we're supposed to do for fear potions going forward. Hopefully we could buy them in the player market for like 7-ish silver each. But given supply costs, this potion could cost like 14 or 15 silver. I sure hope not though. I'm hoping people sell it around 8 to 10. Because I still haven't determined if I'm keeping or selling the 15-minute fears. My current plan is to sell them all. The only problem is I only have like not even 1,000 of these. Every 5 lasts for an hour, so I guess worse comes to worse. I don't know, how bad is it to, before a grind, go just grab like 2 inventories of them or something? It doesn't take that long. The problem is that our gather XP or level at that point would probably not be worth it. And potentially our alchemy level by that point. It's a weird in-between that a lot of potions have in the current state of the game. Or if they're too far below, or any resource is too far below, it's not really worth going for. And I guess when player trading comes out, technically anything less than 1 silver per minute of fear, I guess, isn't horrifically bad. Because worse comes to worse, that's like 60 silver an hour. I think you can afford to buy that with whatever activity you're doing. Like 1 silver per minute is not that bad, 60 per hour. So as long as this potion is like 12 or below, it's fine. To buy it rather than make it yourself. If you're already past the level range to gather it and make it. Anything above that's too pricey, though. It's the reason I kind of want to sell the other fear potion. But also, I guess, an argument for why to keep it. Because let's say, hypothetically, if we were to buy one of the fears, it's like 1 minute per fear. If you sell this, you're selling it for less than 1 minute per fear. That's a lot of cash to be holding on to, though, because we're going to have like 800 of these. But, the ratio is cheaper than 1 per fear if you keep them. Buying them wise, no. But selling them wise, yes. They're cheaper than 1 silver per minute of fear. I don't know, we'll see. Depends how pressed for cash we are later. I don't know, how much is that? Let me calculate real quick. What's 800 times 12? It's 9.6 gold. That's a lot of gold to get instantly. It really comes down to, do we want that much fear banked or 9.6 gold immediately? Because honestly, 9.6 gold immediately is sounding pretty juicy. There's a lot you could do with 9.6 gold. Not so much you could do with fear potions. Also, one thing that is also pretty funny, though I don't think is necessarily worth it, is you could make a bunch of 15-minute fears, sell the 15-minute fears, then use the money you make to buy the supplies for 12-minute fears. And like double dip the XP. Like if you gathered all the things for the 15-minute fears, then sold them, but then bought the supplies for the 12-minute fear. You'd still lose money slightly, but you get a lot of XP along the way. As well as the potions to keep. Also, this poor assistant has been sweeping here for 4 months straight. With no breaks. 24/7. Doing nothing but sweeping. It's one dusty floor. It's like the floor itself is generating dust. Someone's name is Birdie 2001. Actually, I saw someone who has the bird name. I think they were bird number 44. I've seen them a couple times the last week. I just find it funny because we got the OG bird. Like the one with no number next to it. Not for this account, of course. We got Tacit for this one. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get Dragon. That would have been a fun one. Because I went for Tacit first, so by the time we went for Dragon, there was already like 3 people who took it. And the reason we weren't able to get like a really good name for it was because the delete system wasn't working properly at the time. So it wasn't deleted until like the day prior or day after. But Bird was one of the only good names we got from that then. Other than the one we wanted. Oh, they both got the same combat cape. Surprised how many people are wearing partial combat capes. Like, I know they're new, but I didn't think they would be this popular. Like, obviously the combat capes would be, but I just didn't think the, like, iterations of it would have been as popular compared to, like, the full ones. Like the 500 combat cape, the 1000 combat cape, the 1500 combat cape, and the 2000 combat cape. And eventually the 2500. Like, I thought I would see a lot of those around, but I'm surprised how many, like, lower ones we keep seeing all over the place. Like, all the other iterations. Because this room has, like, all 3 of the lower ones that are bronze right now. Actually, all in a row right there. There's 1, then 2, then 3. See them all side to side. At least one of them is a different class. Because the symbol on it is based on what class you are. Hammer for Hammer Mage, Sword for Crown Knight, and double Spear for Guardian. I also forgot. I could actually pre-queue the bank, can't I? Not sure why I haven't been doing that. We can make this even more AFK than it already is. As if it wasn't already AFK enough. You can actually queue the bank. You can do the same thing with smithing and stonemason and such as well. I'll more start with smithing and bone rate because they're actually in the same room. You noticed recently you actually do the apothecary wiggle when you make a cuppa. I feel like I'm generally pretty stationary whenever I do anything in the kitchen. Which is weird because otherwise I feel like I'm pretty bouncy normally. But, I don't know, I take cooking really seriously whenever I'm cooking sometimes. Get in there, do what I need to do, get out. Dogs are going crazy. Every time. Alright, what do you have, like, what, 5 more inventories after this? We still got, like, another 2,000 things to process while we doing those off stream. It's all the low-level stuff. I just want to get all the high stuff on stream, as well as all the stuff at the top, in case we ever do want to pivot a little again. But I was talking about earlier, you can actually queue this bank right here. This has a little number 2 over it. He'll just auto-queue over there. There are 2 exceptions to this. He will not go there if we gain a level, and he will not go there if we gain a knowledge point. But otherwise, he'll go over there immediately after, as long as those 2 things do not happen. And given that we're doing post 200, gaining a level is not normally an issue. It's more so the knowledge point. But if neither of those 2 things happen, he should walk to that on his own. No, I'm out of water. Still tempted to get a mini fridge in here at some point. Just a little fridge just packed with water. And maybe a little bit of caffeine. Which is every house I've ever lived in, the fridge is like so close, it just never seemed worth it. Especially in this house as well. If it wasn't for walls, the fridge is like 10 steps from here. Counting walls and everything else, it's more like 40. Speaking of which, that's something I need to get back to doing. I normally like taking morning walks. We were doing that before for a lot of the Brighter Shore streams, but then it started getting like really cold. But the weather's been warming up. I haven't been going for walks again. I really need to again. Aside from some grocery shopping here and there and a few other things like that, I haven't really been walking much. At least half the time I normally walk to get groceries. It's one of the reasons why I normally order like drinks online. Just because they're a lot heavier and way harder to lug around compared to standard groceries. I gotta remember to actually buy the 10% here. I feel like we've been forgetting it like every other time. Speaking of which, we gotta do the chef run too. One thing that's really discouraging about ever going for the chef bounties though is there are so many boards there that are just not worth doing. But it keeps bringing up the ones that give you almost nothing and ask for like 8, 9, 10 of them. The problem is I've sometimes had like 3 hours in a row where I haven't gotten a single bounty before. It just keeps giving horrible one after horrible one after horrible one. Alright, let me not drop these yet. I'll just pick them up when we go back over. Alright, grab blah, grab blah. Wait, how many 10% are we down to? Because that will determine how vital it is to go get 209. Because then we can just start making like thousands of them, so it's not a big deal. Oh no, we only got 4 inventories left. Oh wait, I forgot the other half. There's something I want to go check. Let me grab every last fear we have. I want to see what our total is. Because this is every last fear pot we have for the rest of the time. So why is there not a withdrawal? Okay, that's actually a bit more than I thought. Okay, that's fine. We have 1,000. What's the math on that? Every 5 is 1 hour. So I guess we could just do that in our head. There's 200 hours of fear potion. That's decent. That won't last forever, but that's a very, 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 very long time. 200 hours. That would eventually run out, though. But it is a lot of time for how little you need fear potion for. The only problem is if we ever need only one, that does consume like 1/5 of an hour for one. Unless we use a smaller one. I can't think of any situation in the game right now where you'd want to use a 3-minute fear, though. Because there are very few activities where you would do it and just need a small one, but it would actually be worth doing. Because in every situation, it wouldn't be worth doing. Oh yeah, that's something else I forgot about the striping system too. We still have the 1 kill count on like almost all this, by the way. Like pretty much until we get back to Hopeport again at level 1130. I think the only exception to that is I didn't do the 1 mall chest here or the 1 vial green. But aside from that, everything up to level 1130 we had the first time bonus on. Based on the previous system. Because I'm looking through it, it's like, wait, I know for sure I haven't killed some of these. Like this bear or this goblin or this Wendigo or this Brigatin. But it's because it's the previous system striping. Not the current. Like on the current system we haven't, but under previous system we have. Anyways, that was something that was kind of misleading on the previous thing that they mentioned, because they said you wouldn't have to repeat any enemy. But you definitely have to repeat enemies. Which makes sense that you would. Not sure why they even mentioned initially that you wouldn't need to. Because it would make sense that you would need to with how it gets scrunched and everything. But we'd basically have to do, like, almost 300 levels of combat before we get to an enemy that we didn't have prior to the rework. Alright, third to last inventory. Hey, what's after that, by the way? Oh, we could. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I guess that's the next one we process then. The other 9% we can't get to, unfortunately. It'd be impossible to go clear out everything we would. But yeah, the next potion. This is 30, or actually not anymore. It used to be 32%, but this is the 40% healing potion. The one that you can make the most of per hour for heal per time made. That's not too bad. But yeah, it's the next potion we get to make down that line. Unfortunately, it's a really low level one, so during that whole time, we'll probably gain, like, barely a level. It'll probably, I think it will take like 5 hours to process them all. Not all this stream, obviously we're doing off stream. But I think it's like 5 hours to process them, and we'll gain only like 2 levels during that time, if even that. Maybe like a level and a half. It's like the lowest potion that is maybe still worth making. But yeah, it's the most amount of healing potion you can make per hour of any healing potion in the game. As far as healing percent per hour. As well as being the second strongest healing potion, so it's not bad. Especially for having it all pre-banked. Having to buy it would probably not be worth it. But pre-banked is worth it. Yeah, third to last set, begin. And what is our total then? 22, 22. Oh, I don't know what the final number is because the other variants on it. Because the final set's not a full 22. But it's slightly over 1,000. Trying to think what I need Fear Potion for in the near future. We're past the point where we need it for woodcutting. Because Hickory doesn't need it, Bramble doesn't need it. The only thing that does is Pine. Even that you can get away with not using it. But, yeah, what's it really for? Because I'm not doing Forager, so I don't need it for Monument Piece. Honestly, I guess we're just saving them all for Chapter 5. In case there's a room where you really need it. Because Fisher, you never use it. Well, Chef, there's like a road, but you generally don't need it for that road. Fisher is never used at all. Forager, it's only used for Monument Pieces, though it's a really good use case for it. Alchemist never uses it. Gatherer does for one of them. It uses it for, it uses it for, Snake Scale. But Snake Scale is so close to Bone Spike that I would never actually do them unless we're synergizing it with combat. So, yeah, they're not needed. They're also used for Chestnuts, but you only have to do that pre-200. As the highest level Chestnuts, level 156. And the only other time you have to come to that room is for the Snake Scale thing, but, yeah, we'd just be doing Bone Spike instead, is better. Bone Spike than Femur, to skip Snake Scale entirely. I'm probably still getting the Orchard part, and I'm just gonna buy the Snake Scale from the bank. How much does that cost? I have no clue. But hopefully not too much. But we would just collect the orchids and just not even bother with Snake Scale, so we don't need fear for that. Woodcutting only really uses it for pine trees, and you can avoid using it if you really want to. But pine tree is the only one that really tends to use it. Carpentry, you never need it. Bone-right blacksmith stonemason never needs it. Miner, yeah, never needs it. All these kind of use it for Tentacle Road, but you can just walk through Tentacle Road. It's not that big a deal. You just corner skip everything. Detective partially does use it. So I guess we'd mostly use it for Detective then. Because merchant routes generally don't once you have every shortcut. The worker never does. So Monument and Detective are like the only two skills in the game where you really, really need them. In every other situation where you need them, they are generally pretty avoidable. So Detective and Forager are the only two. Forager for Monument pieces. And Detective for dangerous rooms. Because there are multiple dangerous rooms that you have to go through to Detective. That you would need the potions for. Where you're in there for long enough that you can't just skip it otherwise. Now, this is our last full inventory then. And off stream, I'll probably just keep AFKing the other passive potion then. And then hopefully going into tomorrow, we'll have like 1 billion heal pots. When will we use them? I have no clue. Because 40% heal pot is way, way overkill. Plus, I'm not even doing any combat anytime soon. But even if we were, 40% is way overkill. Yeah, that's definitely something we save for bossing only. I would sooner buy the 30% for the shop for like 5 silver each than I would doing the 40% on normal enemy. But honestly, ever since they buffed them, 25% have been enough. Ever since they did the healing potion buff. That guy's name a gnome child, and he actually got the hat to go with it. That's funny. Also, IQ of a sprout's a pretty good one. And that reminds me, I never saved any of the shirts from Guard. There's like 1 billion different colored Guard outfits that you can have. The only thing I saved was the OG boots that we got on day 1. It was the only high rarity thing that saved the was saved from the rollback. And I'm never getting rid of them for sentimental value. We'll always have that 1 pair of boots in there. They're not level 4 anymore, unfortunately, though. They got upscaled to 50. But we will always know that they were the level 4 boots. Because we got a couple 4 stars and a few other things on day 1. During like the first hour or 2, but then it all got rolled back because they had some server issues right at launch. This guy just keeps saying whatever he's doing. Chop, chop, chop. Mix, mix, mix. Stir, stir, stir. You better say deposit, deposit, deposit when he puts them in. Or withdraw, withdraw, withdraw. Oh, that's funny. I was like, wait, why is this starting a second stack? I forgot. They only stack to 1,000. I was like, wait, did I make the wrong potion? Oh, that's hilarious. I've actually never had this happen when we've been making potions before. Where we do so many in one sitting that it overfills the stack. I keep forgetting 1,000's the max limit. We should know that from when we were mass buying them earlier, but It's kind of funny. That doesn't actually matter because it's not going to overfill since we only have a partial inventory left anyways. So we'll grab 10, 10, and then whatever we can from the other thing. That's kind of funny. Which means we'll have by the end 1,027 fear potions. Which is enough to last slightly more than 200 hours. That's not too bad. We gotta make that last for the rest of the time though. Because I'm probably selling all my 15-minute fears. But worst comes to worst, we could just buy them from people down the line. If it were staying Iron Man, I probably would keep every 15-minute fear we made though. But I think the value of selling them now is better than keeping them around. As we could probably buy 12-minute fears for cheaper than what we sell them for. Alright, grab the final few. And now we should finally be able to go see the next item in our bank, which is the 40% heal potion. It's almost 0 XP per hour, but I need it for heals later down the line. And we might as well do it now while it's still, like, not horrifically bad. The idea of the heal potion we definitely can't make. This will be sent over to the alts. Like, there's no way I'm making a 30% heals. For one, I only have 1 to 2 ingredients banked. But also, it's like 0 XP per hour. Relative to our level range. Whereas this is just, like, barely on the cusp of being useful. It's probably like the lowest of the low. Anything below this is just not worth it at this level range. Even something really good like the mining potion is just not worth it at this level range. Honestly, we shouldn't even be doing anything below this. I don't know, we don't have any healing potions made, so in case we need them in a pinch, I'd rather have them already made than need to scramble to get them later. Oddly enough, they did actually reduce the price of 45% heals. They are actually cheaper than 40% heals now. Before they were more expensive, but now they're cheaper. The benefit is that you can still make way more of these per hour though, which is the biggest benefit that you get from them. As far as like total healing made in relative to time. But these are cheaper to make. So when player trading comes out, honestly, these might actually be worth less. I don't have to wait and see. Like, technically they should be worth more. Especially when accounting for time and everything. But if you just buy the supplies for these and buy the supplies for these come out to be cheaper. Because before, those healing potions seemed like they were going to cost like 30 gold each. Like 25, 30. Or silver, I mean. But with their current pricing, they could be as low as 15. But realistically closer to 20. Because they nerfed their price by a lot. It was actually one of the only few potions that got buffed. And how much cheaper it is compared to more expensive. Well, there we go. The final potion stack, 1,027 fear pots. Also, given that these have a 1,000 limit, I wonder if that's how much the equip limit will be. In all fairness, 1,000 is perfectly fine as an equip limit. I didn't think about that just now. But yeah, you could probably only ever equip 1,000 at a time. That's fine. 1,000 will last you a very, very long time. Even if you're chugging them every 2 minutes, 1,000 will last you a very, very, very long time. Which, what is that? Because you use 30 an hour. Let's say they had auto-potting. How many actually is 1,000? What's 1,000 divided by 30? It would last you for 33.3 hours. If you could stack 1,000, which is more than an entire day. So yeah, it's fine. And obviously for things like this, it lasts way longer since you only use 5 an hour instead of 30. But anyways, guys. Oh wow, we actually have a little bit of all of them. I didn't realize that. Nice. The only thing I don't have is the super weak one, but we don't need that. This is the new super weak one. Yeah, we have the whole array of potions here. So this stack is going to be over 1,000 hopefully later. It'll be like every single one of our healing pots, basically. Yeah, what we're going to be doing off stream is, let's see, what's the gameplay loop? I go double check. Well, first things first. Actually, it's even worth 5%ing these. Honestly, I might not even bother. I think it's still worth it. Actually, I need to go buy more. We're so low on these things. Let me go do it real quick. I want to see what the gameplay loop's going to be like. They're probably going to AFK these later. Who knows? Maybe even now. Though I'm probably going to grab dinner right now. Grab a couple of these. Got a little bit extra XP. If we're doing it anyways, might as well get a little bit extra value. Alright, so we would just grab 11. Then we click on... What do we need to click on? I think it's wall plant. Yeah, I think these are at 11. And it would just be the same thing we did before. Or you do this, boom, boom, boom. We just get way less XP. Which what was my XP drop I was getting earlier? I don't remember. Whatever this is going to be so much smaller. We're getting 1.3. Yeah, that's bad, but it's not horrifically bad. It's just way slower than what we were getting. Yeah, this makes the 40% heal pot then. As we can see right there. Which is quite a bit better than before. It was originally a 32%, so they buffed it by 8%. It's not as big of a buff as the other one that got a 10% buff, but I don't know, 8% is still pretty hefty. Especially for how quickly you can end up creating them. As we can make about 250 of these an hour if you already have them pre-banked. The biggest issue is wall plant is really annoying to get. You can kind of passively somewhat get these. Because there's some routes that can keep getting them, but... it's not really convenient to get wall plant. There isn't really much skilling you could do that can multi-skill wall plant in. Not to mention they're both at a level range where honestly they're not really worth going for. But anyways, guys, we're going to end it there for now. Off stream, I'll process some of these, if not all of these little mini ones. I'll probably do 1 hour of drop the bass so that we don't need to go worry about that for contracts. Probably also keep poking at the contracts here and there. And that's pretty much the game plan. Tomorrow's focus, if there's not an update, is probably getting 3 merchant levels so that we can reclaim doing hides again. Since it's Monday and we'll have a little bit of a shorter stream. But then again, honestly, a lot of streams have been kind of shorter stream because that grind's going to take like 3 hours tomorrow. Which almost how much we went today. I still feel so tired from the 1 hour shift though. Between that and getting sick a couple days ago, my sleep schedule is completely out of whack this weekend. But anyways, beyond that, yeah, tomorrow will probably be merchant grind. This is an update. And beyond that and that, I guess, until we get the quest update, Tuesday's probably going to start our fishing pivot. And start trying to go and all in on 226 Fisher. And I probably will dump knowledge into it the entire time, or at least up to Puffer, if nothing else. Bare minimum, we knowledge the entire time up to Puffer. But there's a chance we just knowledge the entire time period. And just go all the way. Anyways, guys, that's the game plan. I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. I will catch you guys later. Thanks for stopping by as always. Greatly appreciated. Feel free to leave a like on the stream if you haven't already. Helps out a lot and is greatly appreciated as well. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Not sure exactly what time tomorrow. Probably around 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Like about 2 hours later than we normally go. And yeah, we'll go from there. Anyways, guys, I hope you all enjoy the rest of your weekend. And I will catch you guys later. Goodbye, everyone. And thanks for watching.